Happy holidays, the 12 days of dumbness. Jingle bells, Glenda smells, Polly's not okay. Wife's in jail, can't make bail, oh, and this guy, he got tased. Walking across the land with a camera in their hand. Because they have no job, post office they will stand. Harassing people too, for AdSense revenue. Acting like a jackwagon is all they'll ever do. Oh, jingle bells, conflict sells, now they're getting paid. They don't care about our rights, I hope they get pepper sprayed. Numbskulls in handcuffs and good window smashes. Morons arrested for all their trespasses. P. Barnes and his infamous in-court tasing. These are a few of my favorite things. When they misquote Poster 7, and it makes me mad. I just remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad. On the first day of dumbness, Mike Gravelin gave to me Blandino without attorney. On the second day of dumbness, Regipol gave to me 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the third day of dumbness, Rebellion gave to me dumb UK substitute, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the fourth day of dumbness, Artie gave to me 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK substitutes, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 5th day of dumbness, Schrodinger gave to me 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK substitute, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 6th day of dumbness, Team Skeptic gave to me 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK substitute, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 7th day of dumbness, Vilified gave to me 7 sloppy smackings, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK substitute, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 8th day of dumbness, Familia gave to me douchebag in handcuffs, 7 sloppy smackings, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK substitute, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 9th day of dumbness, Unclean Hands gave to me 9 times the stupid douchebag in handcuffs, 7 sloppy smacking, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK substitute, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 10th day of Christmas, Dr. Dick gave to me 10 minutes wasted, 9 times the stupid douchebag in handcuffs, 7 sloppy smacking, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK substitute, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 11th day of dumbness, Kid Rocks gave to me best action ever, 10 minutes wasted, 9 times the stupid douchebag in handcuffs, 7 sloppy smackings, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish wines, dumb UK soft soup, 2 tasty tasings, and Blandino without attorney. On the 12th day of dumbness, Palmetto gave to me. No nonsense trooper, best action ever. 10 minutes wasted, 9 times the stupid douchebag in handcuffs. 7 sloppy smacking, 6 stupid Karens. 5 windows a smash. 4 Moorish morons, dumbs, UK sausage, 2 tasty tasings, and Blandino without attorney.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good to see y'all here this wonderful morning. Oh, it's so close to Christmas. I can taste it. Ooh-wee. Ooh, and it's actually getting chilly out here in Florida. We got some cold happening. Ooh-wee. It's weird, man, because, being from Chicago, I always hated the cold, but being out here, it's like I'm relishing in it. So who do we got here today? We got Nancy Marcho. What's up? How you doing? Terry Barnes, what's up? Let's see who else. We got Cliff Hickson in the house again. He was like the first one here. I posted the upcoming stream thing last night, and he was on there right away. Cliff was like hardcore, man. Nancy Ikiss, what's up? Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Is everybody ready for the big freeze? Yeah, I've been watching the storm going across the country. Blizzards it's going to be crazy. Ooh, even here it's supposed to get down, for Florida, really cold. So we'll see what happens. I'll definitely be wearing my hat, my nice warm hat. Either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or a combination of both. I'm going to be doing some extra streaming, and I'll probably have that on the whole time. I don't know. We'll see. Little Chihuahua Big World, good to see you again. As always, let's see. Right here. Delete Claus, what's up? Nancy News Now Enemy, what's up? Delete Claus Pack, what's up? Good morning. Dude, you live in Australia. You don't know what coffee is, man. You can't say you don't like coffee because you don't. We got Mexico and South America right here where they grow the stuff, man. You guys are all the way. You're too far away. You ain't getting the good stuff out there. Nancy Marcho. Let's see. Terry Barnes. News Now Enemy. Out There Associates. What's up? Rosanna Mason. Hello. Happy Thursday. Yes. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate the song. Yes. Thank you. Elweed Skador, what's up? Rise and shine with Hezokuai. All right. Hit that like button. That's right. Terry Barnes said it. Let's see. Nancy out there. Chihuahua. Anybody else I didn't say hi to? Terry Barnes says, we're a family. That's right. This is the Hezokuai family. I love you guys so much every morning. I get all the best people in here. Oh, man. Chelsea May, News Now Enemy, Terry Barnes, Scott Ammo, what's up? Let's see, Pack out there. J.H. Ostruck is in the house. What's up? Good to see you. Billy Yank, yes. Edward Kettler, yes. How's it going? Oh, man, I got the best people. Potluck, what's up? Man, Unclean Hands. Look at this. Everybody's here this morning. I love it. News Now Enemy, Little Chihuahua, Terry Barnes, Pack. Potluck, Unclean, Nancy. All right. Hello, and welcome everybody to the stream once again. A couple days before Christmas. Oh boy. We got some good times coming. I'm going to start with something because it is appropriate for Christmas. And for those of you who haven't seen it yet, I posted... not looking forward to this. Storms in Chicago, I'll tell you what. Internet God, there he is. What's up? So I got a video I posted last night, really late. So I'm going to start by showing that. But before I get into it, there's some backstory behind it. So my most recent video was about First Amendment rights. And it was the one where he goes to the food bank and it's like, oh, why you got to harass the people at the food bank, you know? And then the nun comes out and he's talking and it seems it was horrible. So I got, he contacted me and said, okay, you guys are always taking all these videos and saying that all we do is all this horrible stuff. Why don't you watch this video and tell me what you think of that? And he gave me a link to a video he just posted. So I took it and I made a video about it and I gave him credit. And so, what's up, Jimbo? So I'm going to show that now. It's my newest video. Like I said, I just posted it last night, but just putting a little backstory behind it. Like, he specifically contacted me and asked me, you know, because he saw that I was making fun of him, to do a video where he's not being a jerk and to see, you know, how I'd handle it. So let's go ahead and take a look at that first. And let's see. Christmas audit by First Amendment rights. That's the one. Oh, wait, I got to get it up here. It's a live show, people. Give me a minute. Oh, yes. Oh, and I got it on mute, so we got to fix that. All right, here. Yeah, tomorrow I it. It's an all too familiar cry for help. There is no expectation of privacy in public. There's no need to fear. Hezokuai is here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the channel over by there. And today I got something special for you. We got Christmas coming up in a couple of days, and I found something extremely interesting. First Amendment rights. My most recent video was a video about First Amendment rights, and that's the name of the auditor, frauditor, whatever. That's because I saw some people in the comments were misunderstanding, saying that I had a problem with First Amendment rights as a thing. It's like, no, that's his screen name, that's his username. But he audits a church, but here's the thing, it's not like an SGV audit of a church or something like some horrible thing. It's actually a legitimate audit, and I wish more auditors. I'll tell you what, right now, before the video even starts, because I'm not really going to interrupt it much. It's really short, and there isn't much commentary to do because he doesn't do anything wrong. And that's the thing. If every auditor handled every audit the way he handles this, I wouldn't even be doing this. It would have never even crossed my mind, because this isn't what we see. Watch, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. He's polite, he's nice, he's friendly. He films some stuff that's actually interesting stuff that's worth filming, and then he goes about his day. It's a beautiful thing. I wish there was more of this going around. Check it out. Merry Christmas. And shout out to First Amendment rights. Going from a video where I'm making fun of them to a video where I'm praising them. It's insane, but we need more auditors doing this, and then they wouldn't be an issue.
Hello and welcome to this installment of First Amendment Rights. Today I'm coming to you from Orange, California. We're doing a First Amendment audit outside the Orange Seventh-day Adventist Church. Seeing if my right to record from the sidewalk to gather photo and video will be respected today. Stay tuned and we'll see how things go. And noticing their marquee, their service time gets underway at 10:50. So I'll be out here to gather some photo and video of the folks coming in on this nice, beautiful morning. It's just pushing 10 o'clock right now, so it's about 45, 50 minutes till service time starts. And we are at the corner of Walnut Avenue and California Street in the city of Orange, if you're familiar with the area. Here's a 360 shot where I'm at. A nice, cool, cloudy morning here in Orange, California. And noticing some of the signage on their fence here. Campus is monitored by video surveillance for safety. I'm returning the favor recording today on my cameras as well. Yeah, looks like there we go, front and center right at the top there. We got a video camera pointed outwards towards the sidewalk here.
All right. Now, right off the bat, I know you're all freaking out because I just got done saying, hey, this is all good. I didn't say it's perfect, but it's all good because he just almost did it. He almost did it. You know, and I know from watching all of these frauditors videos that when they start filming and talking about security cameras, the point that they're trying to make, he doesn't actually say it. So I give him credit for that. But there's a reason he focused on the cameras. He's trying to build the false equivalency that they're the same thing as what he's doing. We know that because we've seen it a million times, but he doesn't actually say that in this video. He just points out that the camera's there. So again, he almost did it, but he didn't actually cross the line. We know what that means, but credit where credit's due. He didn't actually say that, so I'll give him a pass on that one.
Looks like we got some folks coming on into church now for the morning service. Right down by the parking entrance. Looks like a pretty decent size parking lot, judging by the scope of it from here. Yeah, we got some more folks rolling into church here. And I did recently pay a visit to a Seventh-day Adventist church in Costa Mesa, California. The pastor came out at that location expressing concern about recording children. And we handed off our pamphlet about California public photography. She seemed receptive to it. It was a cordial conversation. So we'll see how things play out here today. Looks like they just popped open the doors. Let's see if we can get a peek inside here from the sidewalk, see what we got going on in there. Who knows, maybe I'll even get invited inside to check out the chapel. That'd be a nice surprise. This looks like another door going in, so there's not much to see from this vantage point. Noticing from here, looks like they got some Christmas decorations inside there with the wreath. Maybe if we can get an invite inside the chapel today, that might be a nice treat to see some of the decor inside for the Christmas holiday season. Fingers crossed on that. Over in this next building over here, it looks like they got some sort of a meeting going on. The doors are open. Yeah, we got some folks inside there gathering. So we got someone approaching from the right. Let's see if they want to make contact or if they just go about their business.
All right, here we go again with a close call. He says, well, let's see if they approach her, if they just go about their business. Always, these guys painting the picture that them filming other people's business is none of those people's business. How are they minding their own business by approaching you when you are filming their business? That gets me very frustrated when they do that. But again, he doesn't harp on it, and the actual interaction goes well. So once again, I got to mention it because he's still doing what he does, but he's making the attempt to do it right, and it ends up all good in the end. So, okay, all right, cool, do your thing, bud.
What you taking a picture of?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Fine. I was wondering why you're taking a picture?
Oh, just checking out the building. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it possible to come inside and get some pictures in the sanctuary? with some of the decorations? I noticed you got some decorations in there.
Who are you? And
Well, I'm just a average citizen going about my day.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you can come in and look.
Appreciate it. Yeah, for
Just
sure.
for a few minutes because we're going to start.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be mindful of anyone in there not to get them on camera. Appreciate the invite.
Now, I didn't do any of this editing. He did. This is why I decided to praise this video. Because what's about to happen is beautiful.
Alright guys, so we're inside the sanctuary chapel here, and yeah, we're decorated nicely for the holidays. Got wreaths and lights, and look at the front here, we got a tree. Decorated very nice in here. Alright guys, so that was very cordial of her to invite us in. As you can see, it's pushing 10:20 right now, a half hour before service, so luckily nobody was inside here. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
You too.
All right. So, hold on a second. Unclean wanted me to go back and see, to catch what he said at the beginning. So let's, I think it's right around here-ish.
Yeah, we got some more folks rolling into church here. And I did recently pay a visit to a Seventh-day Adventist church in Costa Mesa, California. The pastor came out at that location expressing concern about recording children. And we handed off our pamphlet about California public photography. She seemed receptive to it. It was a cordial conversation. So we'll see how things play out here today. Hello and welcome to this installment of First Amendment Rights. Today I'm coming to you from Orange, California. We're doing a First Amendment audit outside the Orange Seventh-day Adventist Church. Seeing if my right to record from the sidewalk to gather photo and video will be respected today. Stay tuned and we'll see how things go. And noticing their marquee, their service time gets underway at 10:50. So I'll be out here to gather some photo and video of the folks coming in on this nice, beautiful morning. It's just pushing 10 o'clock right now, so it's about 45, 50 minutes till service time starts. And we are at the...
No, he didn't say terrorist time. No. Anyway, listen, look. First of all, I want to say hello to the people who are just joining us. Hello, Nils. Hello, Machine Head 58. Hello, Salacious. What's up, Jimbo? Unclean Hands, Out There Associates, I Kiss, Chelsea Bay. Who else did I get? Advance. Oh, look at that. He's not the worst, but what's the point? Potluck, what's up? Salacious Long Beach Observer. Hey. The point is, and I said this before I showed it. David A. Perillo, what's up? The point is that, like I said before I showed it, First Amendment Rights actually contacted me and told me, like, hey, you're because my last video was making fun of him. He's like, hey, you're making fun of me. What about this video? You know, so good morning. Hey, what's up, Sam? I am. So I covered it, you know. Let's see. Oh, well, that sounds like that must have been some good news. Glad to hear it, I guess. He edited it just for me. Yes. Yeah, they've been going after churches for a while now. It's kind of disgusting, but like I said, the way he, if nothing else, the way he edited the video is pleasant. Like all of that stuff where he has a nice music playing and he's in the church, whatever the actual, it is extremely difficult when you watch these videos by these people all the time to believe that they're coming from a good place when you know that 90% of the time they're not. But I'm just looking at it in terms of pure, like, when he's in the church and he's filming and the nice music is playing, that's normally the part where he'd be like, any other time, oh, yeah, I can film this, I can film that, and you can't tell me, and don't you talk to me, and I have my first, and blah, 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 blah. But he didn't do any of that. So, like I said, hey, all right, he filmed the church. There were some things in there that were really cool looking that I could see somebody wanting to film. So, okay. They always talk about they give these people a pass and those people a pass. So for that video, again, what actually happened from the way he edited it, what else goes on that we don't know, what was his actual intention, I can't say any of that. All I can say is what I see in the video, and what I see in the video is a dude who kind of plays the game, but he asks for permission to go in and they say yes. Normally they won't ask. Normally they'll say, oh, I can just do whatever I want because I'm a frauditor. And screw you. Don't you go against my First Amendment right. But he actually asked for permission to go in there and got it. So that's it. Yeah, if they would have questioned him, he would have flipped out. Of course. But yeah, I figured for Christmas that was good. So he behaved for one audit. Hey, again, I'm not saying that he changed his ways. I'm just saying he specifically asked me, to share my opinion on that video. And on that video, it was fine. Okay. And I even pointed out the things that he just said and did that I didn't like, But again, there is a lot of editing in there. Who knows what we missed? But Delete Clause, what's up? Lord KJW, what's up? Is there anyone else I missed? Tomorrow Marie, Internet God. And Unclean Hands asked earlier if it was an LDS church. No, Seventh-day Adventists are just like any other, there's a lot of different flavors of Christianity, right? But they're basically, I mean, again, there's different sects, right? So it all depends on which one you're talking about. But basically, what the Seventh-day Adventists are Christians who believe that Saturday was the Sabbath, so Saturday is the Sabbath. And the fact that Jesus rose on a Sunday didn't change the fact that it's Saturday, not Sunday. And so that's why it's the Seventh-day Adventist church, because it's the seventh day is Saturday. So they go to church on Saturday instead of Sunday. That's the basic idea. Again, obviously, depending on which specific sect and what they're saying and this and that. But yeah, Billy Aiken, he is cool. Yeah, they go to church on Saturday. But they are Christian. So that's that. Well, yeah, again, I mean, we could get into the specifics of whatever, but the point is that it's not Latter-day Saints, because that was the question. Tomorrow Marie, what's up? John Anderson, oh, what's up? Down 13 degrees today in Texas. Welcome to winter. Yep, just in time for Christmas. It's going to get all nasty outside and cold. There's always that first day of snow where it's nice and clean, and then the next day when it's all dirty and muddy and nasty. But that very first snow, if it happens on Christmas or Christmas Eve, that'll be beautiful. And then what's up? How's it going? What a cute puppy. Even though it's upside down. Are Catholics Christians? David, shut up. Script Cat, what's up? Yeah. Let's see. Out there news now. All right. So anyway, I just filled mine, but thank you, Jimbo. All right. Now, hashtag rise and shine with Hezokuai. Love it. Getting into the bulk of the show. So David, that wasn't a joke, because I know you like to troll. Are Catholics Christian? Yeah. I mean, see, okay, here's the thing. If you're actually legitimately asking that, I know where you're coming from, because I know there's this idea that a lot of people have that there's this whole thing going on with the Catholic Church and this and that. But the fact of the matter is, when you are talking about the Catholic Church, all of the other Christian sects came from the Catholic Church. They were the first, and then the Lutherans, and then even before that, when Rome kind of it was when Constantine took on the Christian faith and then made it Roman law that you had to be Catholic. Then that became Roman Catholic, and so before that there was the Greek Orthodox now, which at the time it was just, if you believed in Jesus, you were Catholic, and that was it. But then they started splitting up, and then the politics started getting involved, and you're talking 2,000 years of history. A lot of stuff happened over the years, and a lot of people got a lot of bad ideas. Now, the thing that the thing with the Catholics and the Christians is that a lot of people, sects, sects, sects. Yeah, there's a ton of different versions. You could say different flavors of Christianity or Catholicism or whatever. But like, if you're legitimately asking, I think the biggest beef that a lot of people who are anti-Catholic that are Christian point out is the fact that Michelle, and I'm not going to turn this into a big religious debate, but somebody, I'm not trying to get into a religious thing, like I said, but somebody asked if Catholic is Christian, and they were seriously asking. So I was just, answering the question. But from what I understand, the thing that makes a lot of people think the Catholic Church is bad is because the very first Pope, Saint Peter, was crucified, but he said, I don't deserve to be crucified the same way Jesus was. So they crucified him upside down. And because of that, the upside down cross, which nowadays is used as a symbol for Satanism, right, originally was the symbol of the Pope, because the first Pope was crucified upside down. So if you go to the Vatican, they got upside down crosses everywhere within the Pope stuff. And that's one of the things that sets a lot of people off, to think that Catholics are anti-Christian, but that's a whole nother thing. Anyway, hey, you know what? It's almost Christmas. What are you gonna do? Jesus' birthday, so it doesn't hurt to talk a little bit about it without getting into craziness. But speaking of craziness and people believing in nutty stuff, the video I wanted to cover today is a lot of that. And my wife crucifies me every day. Oh, potluck. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Oh, that's funny. Let's see. Let me close that out and get back to here. Let's see. Here we go. All right. So first of all, before we get deep into the video I wanted to do, I want to start with something really slow. and then get into the whole craziness. This first video I'm going to show you is a new KC Camera Boy video. And Tyrant with a batch had to bark his orders and directives after I got battered and harassed by HR manager. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to show this. You're not going to... Like, we know these people are horrible. We know that they're snowflakes. And we know that KC Camera Boy is all of that, all rolled into one. But here's the deal. What happens is, because it's not actually on camera. What's up, Janice? But what happens is, what's up? What, battered like a fish? Yeah, Pack. Here's what happens. The lady is filming him cam backing. She walks up behind him and puts her arm around him and gives him a little hug. That's the battery. He spends the whole rest of the video complaining about, I can't believe this woman had the audacity to do that to me. Like it's some kind of horrible sexual harassment or something. But I mean, this is KC Camera Boy. So, of course. So let's take a look at that before I get into the meat of what I wanted to cover today. Let's see. There we go.
No, but you can move along, please.
No.
Yep.
I'll take $100. Why not? I thought you were gonna help me.
Yeah, I was gonna help you find out what you need from me.
$100. He's acting like a cop, touching the back of the vehicle so he can leave his prints there. I thought you wanted to help me. Man,
All right.
they don't want to help, dude.
Some things are beyond help over here.
Do you want to help me? $100.
I'm gonna help you, my friend.
$100.
You like taking money for free?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, pretty much, kind of. I don't know. He said he was gonna help me, so I'm like,
Is that how you make your living, taking money for free?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I'll make money out of your face. That's different too. Oh. So we
I
go to
make
the
money
other
off
shack?
of your face.
Well, we'll see if this guy reacts. Move along. They're ready, him. She's trying to take a picture, turn around. Don't let her take it. Woo! 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 You touch me with that, I'm gonna slap it off your hand. Hey, watch out, homie. Don't touch me like that. Yeah, peasant.
We knew KC Camera Boy was a piece of crap. But a lady walks up to him, gives him a little hug from behind, says, "Ooh, don't touch me, peasant." Oh! Oh, if I ever meet this guy, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens.
Call that popo.
Don't do it.
You just touched me, you know that, right? That's battery, right?
Need you guys to leave? No, we're not gonna leave.
We're not gonna leave. Who are you? You just pretty much hugged me. I feel rape. I feel aggravated now.
He has a wife, all right?
My wife now is gonna hate me for that. Look, I'm married. Look at my ring. And you
Man,
hugging
look
me?
at that. What's up?
Look at this. I'm gonna call HR on you. Hola.
It's going.
Hola there.
So
she
far,
just
so
hugged
good.
me. Pretty much.
He's a married
Look,
man.
there's people over there coming. I thought the cops educated them.
They're blowing up over here, dude.
They're blowing up. I pretty much just got, dude.
In case you got the flowers for the first time.
Crazy woman. Dude, you saw that?
Dude, I haven't. I got it on tape.
I'll give you 3 guesses.
The first 2 don't count. Okay.
And by the way, in case you guys didn't catch it, he's accusing her because she walked up behind him and gave him a hug. He's accusing her of rape, but he's cutting the word out because he doesn't want to get demonetized. But that's what he's saying.
Got one left.
I don't know. What do you guys do? You guys seen how a racing plan works or what?
Is that her boss? I'm asking her. Are you her boss? She just hugged me pretty much, dude. I feel now. I have a wife. Yeah.
Let him go!
Man,
Look at this guy, dude.
you just touched me, man.
Hey, production ain't stopping today, guys. This guy. Shut up.
They don't tell me not to film you. Tell them to bring me a Red Bull. If there's any IHOP here at Dennis, tell them to bring me some strawberry crepes with everything on the side. Yeah, I'm serious though. I mean, don't make him come for no reason.
What are we talking about? Holy moly.
You guys need to leave.
We're not leaving
No.
anywhere, dude.
If she apologizes to me for hugging me and touching me when I have a wife, I'll probably leave. Well, you're in here. No, I got it on camera.
Hey, we have to film this, all right? So it's all right. You don't have to deny it. You don't have to deny it.
I filmed it too.
Oh, that's good.
So I don't
Good
know
for
who
you.
or what you are, but you won't identify yourself.
I don't have to, ma'am. That's the thing.
You're on my property.
I'm not on your property.
This is not your property.
This is public
It's not
sidewalk.
public easement.
I can actually call code enforcement and have you remove all these bushes here and build the sidewalk.
You want to be up there, property? Stand in the middle of the street.
No, this is public property here.
It's public, dude.
My peasant.
There you go.
The magic fence. We're not gonna record now. That's a magic
Hey,
fence.
look at guys. Look at. I ain't done yet.
Should I go live?
That's
Hey, they
if
call
he
you here.
actually is married. He might be
He doesn't
lying.
care
and
about
coming
you guys.
from Casey
Doesn't
Camera
care,
Boy, I would have put it past him.
That's the saddest part.
Get back to work, fool.
They just it got old side. They just called the papa on us.
Oh, damn, dude. You got all set.
He got Triste. So they just called the papa on us.
You guys made the headline.
Hey,
Hey,
Dangler,
are you guys
what's
gonna
up?
give me some raisins at least? I mean, man, you guys are sick. You guys are stingy. America. America.
Oh.
Just tell America. They're lying.
He's all like,
She touched me. She touched me over there.
back to work, guys.
He's going out over there. Talk to the guard now. That's it. Hey, we were actually just leaving. We were walking.
Let's go over here because this is the driveway. The
Okay.
trucks that
Well,
are
there was
coming
no
in
one
and
coming.
out.
Yeah, so we were just
So
leaving.
you guys are pretty aware of the law, right? You guys can't block the driveway
Yeah.
because this is traffic.
When someone is passing, yes, but we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
walk back and forth. Yeah, that's it.
That's all.
Yeah.
And they don't want you guys to go inside
Oh, no,
the
no, no.
premises is all.
No.
So just stay out of it.
Yes, sir.
And if you guys want to film, go ahead and film
Thank
all
you,
day,
sir.
man.
Wow.
All right, thanks,
Thank
man.
you. But the lady over there touched me, and I'm not pure now to my wife.
What's that?
The lady over there that was talking to you touched me. She pretty much hugged me,
Uh-huh.
and I'm not pure to my wife now.
Oh.
His wife is in now.
My wife is gonna. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. All right, man. Have a good one.
Hey, this is good. Stay away from the driveway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. No worries on that. No worries on that.
You know.
Go park.
All right. Now, there was a reason I wanted to show this video. Okay. Yeah, he's married to Silence Boy. I noticed this about a week ago, maybe two now. One of the things that Advance, what's up? Here's the thing about KC Camera Boy that I've noticed that he's been doing recently. And he does it in this video. He just did it. We just saw it. His new thing is he's not even auditing the cops anymore. Because what happened as soon as the security guard came up? Oh, yes, sir. No, sir. No problem, sir. I'll move, sir. That's his new thing. He just goes up to random people and pushes them until they call the cops. And then when the cops show up, yes, sir. No, sir. Whatever you say, sir. I'll be happy to whatever. So he's literally just harassing people now. He doesn't even do the audit when the cops show up. He just says, okay, sir, and does whatever and leaves, and that's it. Like, he's gotten to the point now where his career, his whole thing is just bothering regular people. That's it. Carol Verrett, what's up? It reminds me of Carol Burnett. All right. I'm old. What are you going to do? Carol Burnett. Anyway. Now, here's where we start to get into the meat and potatoes of what I wanted to talk about today. This is a long video, and I'm going to be breaking it down. So, it's already half an hour into it where I'm starting. There's a lot to unpack here. So I'm thinking that it's actually going to eat up a good chunk of the show today because there's so much that I want to talk about. So yesterday, here's the deal. That's the name of the channel. Went live with something you need to know about the auditing community. And now, this guy never claimed to be the voice of the First Amendment auditing community. But if you look at the side chat, the people that he had in his chat during his stream, it's a who's who of First Amendment audits. Everyone's in there. Rogue's in there. Let's see, who else? Wolverine Transparency's in there. Just a whole bunch of them. There's a ton. The whole community showed up for this. At one point, Frauditor Troll was in the chat. I was in the chat. But here's the deal, okay? This guy, I really wanted to unpack this video because so much of what he says is so insane. It's like, but here's the thing. Speaking specifically of, because again, we know there's a lot more to it as everyone's different, but there's basically two types of frauditors. People like Casey Camera Boy and Silence Boy and SGV and Tyrant Hunter and Pito Libre, who literally don't care at all about any kind of civil rights movement or any of that crap. They're just doing it because they like getting paid to be jerks, and and DirectD and frickin' media and all these guys, right? But then there's a subsection, the other side of it are people who actually do believe this stuff. So how do their minds actually work? What's going on in their heads? And I find when this guy builds his false narratives, tells his story, gives his BS, it's insane. And I want to break down so much of what he says because it's so wrong. And at this point in the video, like I said, it's an hour and a half video. I'm starting over half an hour into it. It was a live stream he did. He's talking about Big Wes, basically complaining about how Big Wes went from being a frauditor to being an anti-frauditor and complaining about that. And telling everybody to go to his comment section and flood him with all these, oh, how dare you do this to us? You disappointed this, and how you blah, 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 whatever. The first part, the part that happened before where I start, he's comparing, and again, this isn't the part I'm going to show because he gets into this whole diatribe about Vietnam. And he's basically comparing Big Wes audits to the Johnson administration in the 60s. Like, are you crazy? And that is that. Hey, what's up, Nicody? And that's just the beginning. I'm not even going to play that part because that's just like, that's already too much. And then he goes on from there and gets into all this nonsense we're about to check out. But but before I do that, there's two things I wanted to say, because I made this note yesterday, and I'm going to start saying this every time I'm on. I'm going to say this probably. I'm going to try to say this at least once an hour to make sure the message gets out there. I really want this message to get out there. What's up, Stan? I'm going to do a fraud today of a nursing home. Those tyrants better respect my rights to harass them. Tyrants, I say. Oh, that's great. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Anyway, so like I said, I want to say this, and I'm going to start saying this at least once an hour, every time I'm on, because I want this message to get out there. First of all, I've said this before, the first thing I'm going to say, but I've adjusted it to make it more palatable, okay? Because I used to talk about porn. I'm not going to do that anymore. Here's what I'm going to say. If you see a frauditor on the street, all you have to do is take out your phone and just go to Google, and it doesn't have to be anything hardcore or crazy. Just do a search for nude people and then click on images. And then it'll fill your screen with images of naked people, and then point your phone towards their camera. And then, because the whole thing with playing music, it's good, but it's not great, because they can just cut that part out or just have that bit, whatever. It just won't get monetized. But if you're holding your phone up and there's pictures of naked people on your phone, they're not going to be able to do anything. They're not going to be able to post the video at all. And if they're on a live stream, you're going to get their whole stream shut down. So that's what I recommend you do if you run into one of these guys in real life. Potluck, thank you so much for the super chat. Big West needs our support in his comment section. Please go and help swat down the haters from the frauditor supporters. Thank you, Potluck. I appreciate the £4. Thank you. £4.50, is that how you'd say it? Anyway, so there's that. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, and I want to start saying and pushing this idea, is because I thought of this the other day. Okay, so what do they always say? Their big fight, their big argument. If I'm filming you and you don't want to be filmed, you should stay home. So now I want people to start turning it around on them and saying, if you don't want people to film you on the street, then you should stay home. If you don't want to show a cop your ID, then you should stay home. There you go. So now, like I say, I'm gonna start playing this. I'm gonna do some commentary while it's going. He's gonna say a lot of things I want to comment on. But before I do that, I'm gonna have a guest commenter that's gonna come on with me, and we're both gonna talk about it together. Ladies and gentlemen, the Forgiven Jerry. What's up, homie?
Hey, buenos dias. Buenos dias. Hello, everybody.
¿Cómo está? What's up?
I'm a little hungover.
Oh, no. That's all right. This guy's going to wake you up when you hear the nonsense he talks. This dude is such a nut. It's insane. And these guys think that he's like and it's funny because in this part where I'm starting, he's talking about how all of the anti-frauditors are sheep. Meanwhile, his followers are all sheep. Then just whatever he says, yes. He's right. Look at his chat. Yeah, he's right. And wait till you hear the stuff this guy says. This guy is a moron beyond morons.
I don't get it. Everybody who accuses other people of doing things right, they're always that. It's like these guys are the masters of projection.
Yes, exactly. They're always doing exactly what they're calling everyone else out for doing.
Right.
Delete says Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad.
What's up?
You know what? I'm lying. I may be hungover drunk. Like I know I'm gonna be hungover in a few more hours, but I'm kind of in the middle right now.
Oh, tequila. All right. Yeah, Rodney, we're about to watch Here's the Deal. That's the name of the guy.
Oh God, I hate this guy.
Yeah, he's horrible. This guy is terrible, and the things he says is so insane. That's who we're saying is crazy. We're gonna play him right now. Here, check this out.
Wait,
Yeah.
right before you hit that, let me just preface this real quick because now you woke me up. This guy, I actually was in a chat and a live that they were on like about I want to say 6 months ago. He was endorsing
What's
Chili.
up, Cat Wu?
And
He was endorsing Chili? Of course he was.
Yeah, and I was going back and forth with his whole chat. It was like me against the world.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, this video I'm about to play, Frauditor Troll was in the chat. I was in the chat. But again, there were so many things he said. He even reads out a couple of my comments, but I think he took them the wrong way and thought I was trying to support him, which is just absolutely insane. But anyway, yeah, here, let's look at some stupid. Here we go.
Like, if you're popular in this world, don't pat yourself on the back. It's pretty easy to be popular. All you have to do is abandon principle.
All right, right off the bat, the first thing he says.
Pretty easy to be popular. It's no, like, if you're popular in this world, don't pat yourself on the back. It's pretty easy to be popular. All you have to do is abandon principle.
Wah, 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 wah.
All I heard
72,000 subscribers. He's got 72,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
And wait a minute, what just happened? I lost my screen. Go ahead, talk while I figure this out. I don't know what I did there.
Yeah, I hear when I hear people, anybody talk about, oh, it's easy to be popular, or all that stuff. They try to put evil on people who are liked by a lot of people. It's like, I just hear sour grapes. That's all I hear. All I hear somebody is like,
I haven't even watched this video.
Oh,
that tells me that this guy right here is hoodwinking a whole lot of people that just aren't thinking, and that's how easy it is to do.
Isn't that exactly what he's doing?
It's no, like, if you're popular in this world, don't pat yourself on the back. It's pretty easy to be popular. All you have to do is abandon principle. Pretty easy to be popular. All you have to do is tell people lies. Tell me lies. Tell me. Who's that? Stevie Nicks? Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
Yes, but you're still an idiot.
Just tell them lies. They'll follow you. They'll follow you to the ends of the earth.
Right. That's what you're doing.
You know why? Because people are looking for somebody who's more corrupt than them, so they don't have to be held accountable. That's generally how it works. That's the psychology behind that. Frauditor put in check by NYPD. The corrupt NYPD that the Mullen Commission has declared.
He's giving away his secrets, right? And now I love this part coming up. Now he's going to go off on this rant about the Mullen Commission, and he's going to keep bringing it up. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, the Mullen Commission found corruption within the New York City Police Department in 1994 is when it was finalized. Between 1994, when they got busted, and now, you don't think that some kind of action was taken against the people who got busted from the Mullen Commission? But he's going to say, because the Mullen Commission uncovered bad stuff almost 20 years ago, that proves that they're all bad forever.
Yeah, it's like the Rampart division over here. It's almost around the same time too. In LA, we had the Rampart division that was corrupt and everything. It got weeded out eventually, but it's still, it's one of those things. Like, name one bad thing that happened amongst many years of non-bad things happening. It's like they wanna put all of this weight on things that happen once every decade or every 100 years or whatever, and say that's everything. But nobody ever takes a look at the stuff around it, right? So it's like, for a quick example, for modern times, it's like everybody wants to look at every single shooting that happens, every bad shooting that happens, but shootings happen every day. Cops interact and have these issues every day. It's not that one bad shooting. There's a million shootings, and then there's that one out of all those millions that we focus on, and that seems to be the problem. And it's like, no, that's not the problem. That's an exception, but we don't look at it that way because it's so egregious, or it's something that happened that we're not used to. But we don't look at it like that,
Right. Well, and that's the thing. It's like the coverage that you see. Like, I'm from Chicago. They don't, if they did on the news every single shooting, every single day, that's all they'd ever do because there's so many of them. You know, it's the particular, whatever the reason for a particular one. But again, he's still talking about something from 28 years ago. And he just keeps going on and on about the Mullen Commission, and he keeps bringing it up. Like, that's the be-all, end-all thing right there.
One of the most corrupt police departments. If you're put in check by the NYPD, you must be doing something right. But Wes is going to applaud the NYPD. 601 views 4 hours ago. That's not bad for 5.4 thousand subscribers. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's got more subs.
Look at this.
Than
This
me,
was
buddy.
a great video, Wes. Wes glows and says, glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, because it is a great video.
Here's the deal is live right now. Come on his live stream and talk to him, please. 72 says.
Agreed.
That was a good one. Let's see what they see is a good one. It's 18 minutes. I'm not interested in watching 18 minutes of Wes's video. I may watch it later and maybe do a video.
I'm pretty sure you're not interested in doing anything.
One of his strong supporters that's in his corner is, I think it's called Frauditor Troll.
Here we go.
Frauditor Troll, are you in the room?
Actually, he is, or was.
Yeah, this guy right here, Frauditor Troll. Frauditor Troll is actually posting some good numbers too. Look at this. Frauditor gets removed in handcuffs. Creepy frauditor caught lurking at a school office. You know who else lurks in school offices?
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm going to rewind it real quick. Wait till you hear what this guy's about to accuse the police and the government of doing. This guy is, oh my gosh, this guy's nuts.
You know who else are caught lurking at a school office? You know who else lurks in school offices? You know who else lurks on the street? You know who else is seeking to wreak economic terrorism upon you and policing for profit? The boys in blue who are coming after you.
No, they're not, because I don't break the law, douche hammer.
Yep. Hey, this guy, man. The boys in blue, right? They're out for economic terrorism. Let me see here. How does that make sense? I'm gonna terrorize the people who pay my salary. Wait a minute. So we pay their salary, but they still need to take more money from us. Where is it, guys? Where is it? Is it that they want to steal our money, or that they're already stealing it, or we pay them so much money that they should just do whatever we want them to do? It's like, where are you at with that? You know what I mean?
What's great about you saying that is you didn't even watch this video yet, and you just said what he's gonna basically say in the next few minutes. You nailed it. So that's how well you know these idiots. Chelsea May said, "Who is this guy?" His name is Here's the Deal, and that's what he does. He makes videos where he talks about the philosophy behind frauditing, but you'll see as it goes on that he's a conspiracy theory nut and an anarchist and all of that.
There's no philosophy. There's no ideology. It's a script that is used to grift. That's all it is. It's a script. That's why they can never deviate from the things that they say, because they have a script, they stick to it, and if you catch them in their script, or if you put them into a place where they're in a dead end, they just keep going around in circles because they're caught. Once you catch them in their script, they can't get out of it because they have a script. That it's one of the main reasons why they don't like debating. It's one of the main reasons why they don't like to come on things that are live or anything like that, because they have no original thought. It's all a script, so they're stuck. And so they're always gonna want to be in a place where their advantage is on them, because they don't want to show how weak they are. You know, both in the originality, place, and in the place where they have to think about something other than just they don't let me film, because they let you film. You are just creating a conflict so you can get thrown out or kicked out or whatever the case may be. But everywhere and any place, you've never been trespassed for filming, and you've never been arrested for filming, and that's the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. And Potluck says, and this is a good idea, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever seen a cop do this. There's no ones, because nobody's ever seen that. Put a 2 in the chat if we're listening to an idiot.
2 2 2 2 2 3 3 3. Oh, yeah, right. Real quick. I can't right now because I just came out. I can't see the side chat whatsoever. So hi to anybody who's in the chat that I normally say hi to. Is any Salacious? Trying to think.
Salacious is here. Internet God, Jimbo, Kim
Internet God,
Crawford,
Jimbo.
Pack,
Everybody they see.
everybody,
Hi guys.
all the regulars.
Yeah, I can't. I just can't see the chat right now. But yeah, hi guys. Good morning.
Even David's in the chat. And look at all these
Who?
twos. This is beautiful. David Perillo, the troll.
Oh, I don't know. I
Sam
blocked him like a month
what's
ago.
up? Michelle, Jenny, what's up? Lots of
Gosh.
twos. All right, so here we go. Some more idiocy from Stupid Man.
Frauditor DMA, that's Denver Metro Audits, confronts the snitch in his organization. 2 frauditors arrested. They apply. It's like the ones that I've seen, maybe not all of them, because I haven't seen very many of them. Haven't been
Debo's
exposed to this
Nation, what's
genre
up?
for very long at all. But it sounds to me like they're applauding the cops.
Paracord
as
Princess, what's
the
up?
cameraman's rights are being violated, which means Wes is applauding the violation of his own rights.
No, we do
See
applaud the
something.
police when they enforce the law.
Now, okay, step back. All right, I step back. Don't touch. Step back. Boss, you touching me, bro.
Whoa, let's look at the beginning of this. Look how far back the cameraman is, and look how triggered this guy's. He's a 3-bar. He's a sergeant. So now he's going to come.
All right, so before we get any further into this idiot trying to fraud-splain his way through this video, so here's what's happening. Okay. Here, let me put this full screen so that you guys can see. All right, so in this section, well, in New York State or city, whatever, wherever they're at, there's a law against these kind of dirt bikes, okay? They're not street legal. And they know that there's a bunch of dudes that are coming to this spot because that's where they keep them. So they put this gate up to stop them and to block them from going this way. So they know these guys are going to come racing in on their bikes. In fact, they already got one of them in cuffs right here. And so they're basically telling him to back up for his safety. They're saying, well, look how far away he's standing. If a motorcycle comes speeding through here, which they do eventually, and you'll see it, he would have been possibly in danger. But, of course, this guy is going to paint the picture like the cops are just telling him to stand back just because they want to be in control and tell you what to do, just to tell you what to do, because that's just what cops do is bark orders at people for no reason.
But it's children. It's children, right? Because it's like I always say this. I always say this when it comes to these guys. It's like they say, oh, you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. It's like you think that guy, you think like that cop kid, right there, you think that cop right there said, oh, you know what? Today I'm gonna go and push a bunch of people around. That's what I want to do. I woke up this morning to treat a bunch of people like kids. That's what I woke up this morning to do. It's like, no, they didn't wake up to do that, and they're telling you something because they have to tell you something. I'll tell you this. One thing that made me realize that more than anything was when I was a security guard, because you get told to do things like, hey, these people over here, they need to get out of the pool because it's like this time, and you're like, okay, so you go tell the people, hey, you guys have to get out of the pool because it's time to go, and everybody looks at you like, oh, you're the party pooper, you're the guy who doesn't want people to have fun. It's like, no, the hotel has a rule. They say they don't want you in the pool no more. Get out of the pool. Now, I can understand the kids going, oh, Mom, I don't understand what's going on. Oh, Mom, I can completely understand the kids because they're kids, right? But when you're a grown-ass adult who should know better,
like children.
Just get back, do whatever's told, and that's it, You don't know what's going on. You have no idea. I don't care how smart you think you are or how much you know about something. Hey, if you don't know what's going on, if you're not that police officer, that city person, whatever's going on, don't assume you know what's happening. Just follow the rules, follow whatever they're telling you, and then if there's something going on later that you think is wrong, then talk about it. But this stuff,
I gotta acknowledge a couple things. First of all, I gotta say hi to Debo's. Josiah pointed out that this is an old video. Yes, he's watching an old video that Big West just did, but the point is, this is from last night. This is a video a live stream that this idiot Here's the Deal did yesterday. And there's a lot of things he says on this that I wanted to talk about because it really gets into the mind of these frauditors and explains what they're doing and how. And I already pointed this out, and so did Jerry over here. This guy complains about all these guys that are making these videos just to make money, but look at all the ads he's got at the top of his screen trying to get at the dude's just, he's a turd. But anyway, let's get back to him talking his nonsense.
He's going to initiate. It looks like he's going to initiate contact with a man who's just peacefully standing there recording a historical event like any journalist would do. Interesting.
Oh, bro, this is an arrest right now. Now, okay, step back. All right, I step back. Don't touch. Boss, step back. Boss, you're touching me, bro. Get back. You're touching me. Get back. Get back, bro. Get back. Stay right there. You come back here again. I'm telling you right now, I'm arrested.
He put hands on him and pushed him back. What if you made contact with this officer? What do you think?
False equivalency.
False equivalency.
Good morning, Judy Johansson. What's up? Machine Head 58. Yeah, immediately he's got to go into the false equivalency because they always are going to say that, right? Like, and I want to say this now before we even get further into it. My whole thing isn't even about the video he's breaking down. It's about the nonsense that he's spouting, right? Because whatever the cop did or didn't do, the way this guy's reacting to it, like, oh, he touched that guy. Well, what if that guy would have touched the cop? Then what? Well, first of all, who's going to go up to a cop and push him back and say, you don't belong here? And why? Like, there's a reason the cop is backing him up. It could be a dangerous situation. There's stuff going on. The cops are trying to do something. And you'll see in a minute, he's going to start going off on what this is. It's a sting operation to catch the dudes on the not street legal dirt bikes. And he's going to be like, oh, well, he just doesn't want him to film because the cops are trying to hide where they are. Well, yeah, you don't want the criminals to see a broadcast live of where they're hiding because then the criminals aren't going to go there.
Yeah, but this is exactly like the stuff that DMA tries to protest.
Captain Happy, what's up?
I protest. What do you say? I protest the speed trap or whatever. And it's like, It's like, dude, if you don't speed, you're not gonna have a problem. If you don't ride these illegal dirt bikes, you're not gonna have a problem. Now, why are they doing this? Obviously, there's some sort of statistics, something that's happening with these dirt bikes where people are getting hurt. So something's happening where people are either losing their lives, or something's happening where they need to get these things off the street. It didn't happen overnight. They didn't wake up, today and say, "Hey, you know what? The dirt bike guys, I'm tired of them. Let's get rid of them today." That's not how it happens. They go through a process of,
I'll tell you what, laws exist for a reason, right? Because one of the things he's going to get into is the whole thing about like speeding and, oh, well, if there were no speed laws, people would just be responsible and reasonable. No, they wouldn't. That's why the speed laws were created. That's why stoplights were created. I've seen footage. You could find it. It's not hard to find. You could find footage of what traffic looked like before they invented traffic laws, and it was an absolute mess. It was a disaster. It was a nightmare, and that's why traffic laws exist, not just to steal people's money by giving them tickets, which is their belief.
Think what happened to you? Oh, you going down fast, boy. You probably won't see the light of day again, boy.
Yeah, because cops.
Oh, stay right there. Why you putting your hands on me, miss? Why you can't do that, miss?
She just did.
Wolverine Transparency says, Brian, I told you he was recruited under duress. It doesn't look like it's much duress to me. Do I think that they're taking advantage of him? Like this frauditor troll guy, now. He seems like he's far more intelligent than Wes. Do I think that far more intelligent people are taking advantage of Wes? Absolutely. But do I think Wes is responsible for his own actions as a 21-year-old man? I figure, here's how I raise.
Yeah. What way is he taking advantage of him? Hold up. First of all, Frauditor Troll's channel was out before West, way before West. Secondly, if we taking advantage, this would have been if we were taking advantage of him. Hey, West, you know what? You know what would be better if you go start auditing banks. Yeah, go start doing banks. Yeah, like that would be taking advantage of him. That would be like, hey, you know what, West? Don't stop auditing. Continue auditing. Continue making content for us. Frauditor Troll The minute West stopped doing auditing, he told him, "Good for you. I'm happy for you. Go check out his gaming channel, which was what he was doing next." We're not here. Yeah, we're not here to see people get arrested, get into these problems. We want them to stop. And I've been in these debates where they've said, "Well, what would you do if there's no more frauders?" I'm like, great. Don't I'm happy for that. I don't want people to be harassed and be in these problems and stuff like that. I don't want that for either party. But if you guys continue, it's only going to go worse for you guys. And that's what we're trying to bring out, is that you're not helping anybody's rights, and the only thing you're doing is hindering other rights and people who are actually trying to do real activism. So it's like, this is not us trying to take advantage. If anything, you saying something like that is negative towards the people who are actually trying to do something positive. And I would say you're the one who's taking advantage of the situation, because you probably weren't talking about this until you saw the numbers, which is something that I want people to like really pay attention to. I never ever hear anybody who's doing good content, who is a good creator, ever talk about numbers. They never do. You never hear about, you will hear them, celebrate when they get to 10K as far as subscribers. You hear about those little moments, right? But you never hear them, saying, "Oh, look at this guy, look at this guy." What I notice about people who want to be at those levels are always talking about that. They're always talking about their subscribers. They're always talking about, look at this guy, look at that guy. And they only bring them up once they know that the numbers are bigger than them, or that they want to become like them.
Right. And again, it's true. And just because, like, everything this guy says is him painting these pictures. He's, like I say, I call it fraud splaining, right? He fraud splains everything and twists the narrative to fit his false narrative and his lies and his misinformation campaign. And he's trying to twist the fact that the community supports Wes as a bad thing.
Is my kids. When you're 15, 16 years old, I have seen Amish kids 5 and 6 years old command a team of draft horses. I mean, it all depends on your upbringing. It all depends on society. It all depends on brainwashing. It depends. I mean, there's a lot of factors in propaganda and all that kind of stuff. There's maturity level in the mind and all that. But I figure by the time you're 16, I mean, I know most people say 18. By the time you're 16, I train my kids, especially my boys. Once you cross this, arbitrary threshold, you're a man. You're responsible for your own actions. Your thoughts that become actions will have consequences. So while he may have been recruited under duress, I don't think he's staying in his current situation, predicament, whatever you want to say, under duress. I think he's doing it voluntarily, unless somebody can prove otherwise. Ricardo Colon, keep up the good work. Thanks for that super chat. What I mean? Wolverine transparency. I think there was a time at which, first of all, the kid is impressionable. He seems slow, as like a lot of people pointed out, and it's very sad. And just being impressionable is, a big thing. But I can't give him a pass. I just can't give him a pass.
Well, that just goes to show your maturity, guys.
Jeff,
you know what?
Gray asked from
this dude saying, "Oh, I can't give him a pass." You know what? I can, and I can say this: he's smarter than most of these guys, because he thought about it. He got into something naively. He wanted to get into something that was gonna get in popularity within the internet. He got it, but he realized, he took an introspective. He looked from the outside, and he realized, you know what? I don't really like doing this. And so he switched over, and he decided to be like, okay, I'm going to go against this. Just like many people who see it for what it is. I don't see anybody, as dumb for changing their mind. I see somebody much smarter, because they didn't just say, you know what? I don't like this, but because it's making me money, or because it seems popular, I'm going to continue doing it. That's maturity. That's what it is. That's exactly what he's talking about, is what Big West did, and he's he's saying that it's bad. He's saying that he's the one who's dumb or whatever. But I think he's just throwing shade at somebody who actually thinks for themselves. It's such a it's counter what he's talking about, but he makes it seem like he's the one who's saying the thing that's not negative, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. And Nikki Red, what's up?
Hey, Nikki.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. And this is because somebody's Ironton Auditor, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, see, these people, the point is this guy, this whatever what's his name again? It is here's the deal. The thing is, all of the stuff he's saying, what's up, Blue Vaughn? The stuff that he's saying is so ridiculous, insane, conspiracy theory, fraud-splaining nonsense. But look at his chat. Look at the names in there. The frauditing community holds this man in high regard. This is what's actually going on in their insane brains.
Money, what am I missing? 12-year-old student defendant slanders 50-year-old 12-year-old student, says Velvety. This is Jean Gray. Velvety Shark Toast. Slanders a 50-year-old veteran plaintiff because the auditing community didn't like him. Don't ever go with the majority. Ever, ever, ever.
All right, wait a minute. I want to do something real quick. Let me put myself on the screen here. Ironton Auditor's in the house. I want to show you this. I don't think I showed you this before, dude. So I've been talking about this, but I don't think you've seen it yet. So I'm doing this for you specifically, Ironton. I got this in the mail yesterday, and inside of it are cards. All right, and let me show you one of them in particular I want you to see. I think you're going to like this. I hope so. Everybody else seems to like it. Let's see if I can find it. Just go through the cards. There's 110 cards total, 55 good guy cards and 55 bad guy cards. I call them the hero cards and the idiot cards. And one of the hero cards that I have, I want to show you. Let's see. There it is. This is the gold standard card from the epic hero, Ironton Auditor. Ironton is the gold standard of what an audit should be. The epic hero. I don't know if I ever showed you this one, Ironton, but that's your card, man. So anyway, I got a bunch of them. I got Blue Bear. I got Frauditor Troll. I got K-Fire. I got a bunch, man, and I have one for you too. So I don't have the David Perillo Jr. card yet, but I'll get it next time. It'll be in the idiot group under the trolls section. Anyway, yeah, Ironton. Everybody else has pretty much seen them, but I know I don't think I ever showed them to you, so I just wanted you to see that. Anyway, let's get back into this real quick. Jerry, I didn't mean to be rude, but you're feedbacking a little bit. That's why I mute you when you're not talking.
No, it's okay. I get it. I can't find my mic right now, so I'm using the speaker. That usually happens when I'm using the speaker.
That's all right. All right, so let's get back into it and see what other stupid stuff this guy has to say.
It's all been stupid, hasn't it?
If you start doing bad things and the majority applauds you, be concerned. Be concerned about yourself. You have rights, cops have duties. I like those who made this video. I remember this video. Here's the deal. Who made this video? And he was there with a couple of others. Oh, you talking about this one right here?
But he could put his hands on me. So if I put my hands on you. So if I put my hands on you right now. So if I put my hands on you right now.
Don't come this way.
Wow, that's crazy.
This way.
Well, the thing is that look at this stupid. This is what's frustrating about this video is that like they're telling them backed up and at first it's like it seems unreasonable. But look at where they're backing them up from. Look at that little gap right there and stuff like that. It's like you shouldn't be there, guys.
It's a public sidewalk.
Right, exactly. Yes, you just pointed it out. That right in between the wall and this car is where he was, where the cop pulled him out from. Like, come on, man. You obviously don't belong there. Like, how much more obvious can it be?
This is a private motorcycle. We guarding the motorcycle. I'm just recording. I can record. Yeah, you can. Sarge, right? I can record, right? You can record whatever you want. Just let your officer know that I can record. This is a public easement. All right.
Look, so this is the sergeant who ends up laying hands on this guy with the camera, giving the thumbs up. Yeah, you can record, I know, and all that. Letting him be right here, but now he's going to get aggressive with him later? What a hypocrite.
Hello, how you doing today?
Yeah, mandatory myocarditis. NYPD are some of the worst of the worst.
All right, just real quick. Somebody asked, where did you get the cards? I made them. I can get them to you too. Anybody who wants some, go ahead and drop me an email. I'll put my email in the chat. It's hezokuai@gmail.com. You email me and I'll let you know what you need to do to get yourself some. I got there's 110 cards total, 55 idiot cards, 55 hero cards. You can buy the whole set of all 110, or either or, the idiots or the heroes, or you could get booster packs where I just put 10 random cards in a pack. However you want to do it, but yeah, just email me if you're interested, and I'll let you know what you need to do to get them. Anyway, sorry, I just saw that question in the chat, so I wanted to address that. But yeah, let's get back to the stupid.
Absolutely. It's documented. People have written commission reports on the NYPD, not only back in the 1970s, but also in the 1990s, called the Mullen Commission.
Oh, that was almost 30 years ago.
Was that what you said?
All right, wait, hold on. Now I got to address this. Unclean. Listen, I got you. All right. This pack took me, it's 4 to 6 weeks turnaround time from the printer. I ordered this pack before you told me. This was just me so that I'd have my own set since they're my damn cards. I ordered this before you ordered yours. So I still got to get more in, and then I could send more out. So there is a big turnaround time from the printer, but they're so beautiful. I'm so happy with the way they look that I'm not going to complain about how long it takes. They're definitely worth it.
Better watch out. Unclean is gonna make a video of you. He's gonna be like, "Oh, this guy has. He said he was gonna give my cards. You never got my cards. What's going on? What's going on?
No,
my cards."
Actually, I know why he wants them so bad. No, I know Unclean. He actually wants to put his card in his intro. He wants to use it as part of his thing. So, like, he wants his card, dagnabbit. But anyway, yeah, he's just having fun. I know. We're cool. Here we go.
I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if Unclean is being ornery. Ornery. I don't know.
Oh, he's definitely ornery. That's one of the reasons we love him. Unclean Hands, he's the man, dude. He's awesome. All right. Anyone who's not subscribed to Unclean Hands or Debo's or who else we got in here? We got so many people. Go sub, man. Take care of these guys. These are great content creators.
I love Devo's because he always puts that. Why don't you go home? That's your home. Why'd you go home?
Yeah, that's a golf bit. All right. Anyway, let's go back into it.
Can I walk by?
Do what you do, buddy.
I just don't want to. I don't want to step in the street. You say I'm blocking traffic. By the way, y'all blocking a pedestrian sidewalk right here.
Oh God.
What's going on, everyone? It's Big West.
This is Wes.
Big West Frauder Watch. Make sure you guys watch this video all the way to the end. This one's gonna be really entertaining based off the title and the thumbnail of this video. It looks like these New York cops are doing a sting operation on dirt bikers.
Let me show you this. Let me show you what Wes
reminds me of a Rick and Morty character.
Oops. Let's see. That's the wrong one. Let's see.
All right, hold on a second. Now, here's the thing. This guy, his whole thing in this is ripping up Wes. And I'll tell you right now, it's not like, I'm happy that Big Wes is decided to stop frauditing, right? That's a beautiful thing, wonderful thing. But, and he even said it himself, and I get it. This is one of the reasons why Big West needs our support so much, because he is young and he is naive and he does need guidance in the right direction, you know. And so, yeah, I get it. And then when Big West talks, you're like, oh, he sounds like he's from Rick and Morty. Yeah, he's kind of meek and all that, but he's a good guy. He's got a good heart, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, he's got what I like to call a gentle soul.
Yeah,
because he's you can tell right away that he feels guilt, and I think the two things that frauditors lack is guilt and shame, because
and
if you and well, yeah, the products of it, you know, you first it starts off with empathy, right? And then if you have that, then you'll feel shame for what you do, and then you'll feel guilty for hurting somebody. But yeah, the thing is that when you can look into yourself and be like, oh man, dude, I'm not doing something right, then you grow. These guys don't grow because they simply
Hold on
not.
a second. Little Chihuahua, you better. Little Chihuahua, big world. He's got the cutest little dog, and his channel's dedicated to his dog. It's great. If you love dogs, subscribe to him.
Dogs.
And if you don't, what's your problem?
I love the little ankle biters.
Yeah, right.
What I was saying is that that's why these guys, you know, frauditors and everything, for as much as, you know, they may
Mr.
seem
Shadow
one.
Kitty, what's up? Hello. Sorry.
They may seem, no, it's okay. You're good. For you know, for as much as they want to say, you know, like, oh, they're this and that or whatever, they never change, they never grow, because they simply won't look into themselves and see what they're doing. So, you know, it's always for them. It's always going to be like, oh, this guy's dumb because he changed his mind, or this guy's dumb because he's following the crowd or whatever. You know, like, no, one thing is following the crowd. The other thing is trying to be a productive member of society. So, you can't call that being a member of the crowd. It's called being productive and being a member of society. It's not the same.
The way that I see, in my opinion, the way that I see the Big West story is he tried doing the frauditing thing, and it was by trying to do it that he learned why it's wrong, and that's why he's on the other side now. He figured it out real fast. Yeah. If one of my mods wants to drop a link to Little Chihuahua Big World's link, or Little Chihuahua, if you want to drop it in yourself, go ahead. Wait a minute. Judy wants to know, how do you hide an elephant in a strawberry patch? Paint him red? I don't know. How? I'm hoping this is a setup for a joke and not a legit question, because I'm making fun of it. How do you hide an elephant in a strawberry patch? I don't know how.
This is the problem. This is the problem with trying to make a joke in the chat. It's like, okay,
yeah,
waiting for it.
Yes, Debos, do it. Do it. I'll show it after this. Anyway, he has a soul, unlike most frauditors. All right, let's get back to the stupid and see what else this moron has to say.
There we go. This is the Mullen Commission, which investigated
there we go again
NYPD
with the Mullen
back
Commission.
in 1993. And so while Wes applauds the NYPD,
yes,
and
good, he should,
you know, takes his hat off to the tyranny and oppression of the NYPD on a guy who's just a cameraman. As far as I've seen, I mean, if the cameraman committed a crime or whatever, we'll detect it and we'll call it out. But we already know what Wes's MO is.
They never said.
Here's the bottom line of the Mullen Commission.
Shit.
This is Wikipedia too, which would be considered by social media and mainstream media a top short.
What's up? Oh, hold on. I think I just lost. Hello? I lost Jerry. Oh well. I'm sure if he comes back, we'll be good. Sorry, guys. It's a live show. What are you gonna do? Let's get back to some more of this.
Sure, a top shelf authoritative source says in December 1993, the New York Times reported that a special mayoral panel asserted that the New York City Police Department had failed at every level to uproot corruption and had instead tolerated a culture that fostered misconduct and concealed lawlessness by the police officers.
Okay, so
Mullen issued a report on July 1994. Here's what the conclusion was,
yeah, they got
Wes,
busted.
and all you people who call auditors frauditors. Today's corruption is not the corruption of the Knapp Commission days. That was the earlier commission to investigate corruption within the NYPD. Corruption then was largely a corruption of accommodation. Criminals and police officers giving and taking bribes, buying and selling protection. Corruption was, in its essence, consensual. But today's corruption is characterized by brutality, theft, abuse of authority, and active police criminality. That is what the Mullen Commission, the government's own commission, determined in its conclusionary remarks against the New York City Police Department.
28 years ago.
You think things have gotten better?
Yes,
no way.
because they
no
got
way.
busted.
Listen
You just said they
to
got
how
busted.
Wes talks about people who are out there trying to exercise their right to film in public.
So let's go ahead and check it out, guys. Make sure you check out the description. Check
Yeah,
out my
they,
second blog
they
channel.
never said anything about the guy
check it out.
filming.
Make
They
sure
said you can film.
What's
They
up?
never said anything about the guy. No, they never said, get your camera out of our faces. Like, give me your camera. If you don't stop filming, then we're gonna kick you out of here. They said back up. They said you can film whatever you want. You can go ahead and film us all day, guy. Just back up. Don't get in our space. This is our space right here. Just back up. That's it. That's all they said. They never said once, your camera's a problem. That's the thing, is that in most of these audits, the camera's hardly ever the problem. They'll point out people who make the camera the problem, but most of the time it's people who don't want to be on the camera. It's just funny how they always try to twist it so that it's about the camera, but it's never about the camera. It's never about the filming ever. It's always about what they're doing and how they're doing it. Because I can walk into my city hall right now with my phone up and stuff, and my city hall people, because I've talked to them and I've actually told them about what these guys do and stuff like that, and we've had these conversations. I can sit there with my camera up. They won't tell me nothing if it's just me and them right there. The minute somebody else is there that they don't understand what's going on, or it's their first time in city hall, and they ask me, if I don't act like a jerk and I just say, oh, I'm just filming the people in city hall or whatever, those people will leave me alone, because they're like, oh, well, he has his own thing, he's doing whatever. They're obviously letting him do it, so I'll just go ahead and do whatever I gotta do, right? But the thing is that these guys purposely do things to get people antagonized, right? They don't want to answer.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The cops almost never, and in this case specifically, they never said you can't film. That never came out of anyone's mouth. They never said anything about him filming. They said he was standing too close to where they're doing their investigation on these dirt bikers. And one, to keep him safe. Two, again, he's broadcasting live where the cops are hiding to wait for these guys. And that's the whole point of a sting operation, is so that they don't know where not to go. So it's kind of like they don't want you, but you're going to see, he's going to go on about it. Somebody asked who he is. The guy in the baseball cap, his name is Here's the Deal. That's his channel's name. And this is what he does. He goes on and talks about frauditor philosophy and all these conspiracy theories and the nonsense. The dude's an anti-American anarchist, a douche hammer, a douche canoe,
anti-authority.
Douchebag.
Just so that some people, I know some people, just so you guys know, anybody who has a name like Here's the Deal, or What I Want from You, anything like that, those are people who are anti-cop, because they don't like when the cops tell them, I need you to do this for me, or step back or whatever. They don't like when cops talk to them like that. The reason why cops talk to you like that is because they don't want to seem authoritarian. They don't want to seem like they're pushing around their weight. So they kind of they get this language where it's like they're trying to be nice, but they don't have to be nice. That's the thing. And I've always said this, I don't want cops to be nice. I want them to be courteous. I want them to be respectful, but I don't want them to be nice, because the thing is that there are situations where they need to get people to move, And so it's like, don't be nice, and so they try to speak in a certain way. And so this guy, he says, here's the deal, because that's usually what a cop will say when they're about to let you go or give you a ticket or whatever. They say, here's the deal, I'm gonna give you the ticket, but blah 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 blah. And so that's his thing. He's anti-cop. People who use things like here's the deal, stuff like that. It's anti-cop. So this guy's just simply anti-cop because either one,
big time,
he can't get his shit together, and he wants to blame all of his problems on the cop, or two, he somehow got into.
They always do. They get busted. It's the cops' fault they got busted. It's not because they did something to get busted for, right? Back to blue until it happens to you. It's not going to happen to me because I'm not a criminal.
And anybody who understands the situation where like me, I told you before, I got into trouble. I did things that weren't right or whatever, and I paid the price for doing it. I never once thought it was the people who put me in jail that put me in jail. I knew it was me. I knew it was my actions, and I took a good look at what I was doing. I realized that that's not what I wanted to do, and I stopped doing it. And so once you stop doing it, you never deal with cops. You never deal with the court systems, all that stuff. Although I will say that thankfully for people like Law Talk with Mike and all these law tubers and stuff like that, I'm glad that they're out there because they're making people understand that how courts and all these things work. So many people ever since Daryl Brooks and stuff like that, I've had to explain to them. The judge is just a referee. He's not. He can't make decisions for like a litigant or someone who's someone who's in the defense. He's just a referee, and I didn't know that so many people don't understand the way these things work. So I'm glad that they're out there because you get the information. You start to understand that the court system. And everybody should know this. The court system is just an enforcement of the law. They don't create the laws. They don't make the laws. So, and that's another reason.
These guys, they always love to hoop and holler about the Constitution. The Constitution is what set up the judiciary.
Yeah. They say you took an oath to protect the Constitution. That's exactly what they're doing. They're protecting the Constitution by following the rules of the Constitution. You want the Constitution to work for you. And so you take whatever the Constitution says and make and twist it so that it works for you. But that's not how it works. The Constitution works neutrally for that. That's why they say justice is blind. They don't say that because it's supposed to be blind. They say that because it's supposed to work for everybody equally, no matter what you think about the person, no matter what you see or what your first judgment is. It works the same for everybody across the board. Yep. That's why it's so frustrating to people when you see something obvious like the Daryl Brooks, case where you say just hang him up, just string him up, right? Because for a fact that he's the one who did it. But the reason why we create these processes are for the people that it's not so obvious, for the people that don't have a chance against mob rule. That's why we created the way the system works. And yes, it's not perfect. Yes, it has its hiccups. Yes, it has its problems. And I always say this. But what system is perfect? Who is perfect? Where do we get this notion that there is a perfect thing out there that is going to work for everything at all times? Nothing is perfect. We have to change and modify all the time.
Yes. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I got to acknowledge this because this is hilarious. Unclean Hands just said, hit that like button, you twat waffles.
Let me say it like he says it. Hit that like button, you twat wobbles. Hit that like button.
Listen, also, I wanted to say, K-Far's in the house. What's up, K-Far? I also saw Hand Banana earlier. Hand Banana, are you still here? If so, I got something to show you. Just let me know if you're here. Just acknowledge if you're in the house. Anyway, in the meantime, let's listen to some more stupid.
Make sure you give to his PayPal. Make sure you look down here. Make sure you subscribe to his Amazon affiliates. I got nothing wrong with this. I've got no problem with this. Here, join the secondary channels, TikTok, PayPal, Cash App. Here, send me money. Get me views.
Oh, wait, stop. Hold on. Sorry, I got to do this. Oh, thank you, K-Far, for the super chat. Thank you very, very much. All right, I'm going to go full screen again. Ham Banana, I'm talking to you right now. Now, I know that you know about this, but I wanted to show you that I actually got it now. I got this in the mail yesterday. I've been showing this to everybody, but since you're part of it, I want to make sure you see yours too. I got the cards. I got them. They're not just an idea anymore. They're actually a real thing. And I'll show you yours. Oh no, these are the bad guy cards. I want to get the good guy cards. You're in the hero pile, not the zero pile. I think Script Cat was in here earlier. If you're still here, Hud, I got one for you too, by the way, in case you didn't know. If you're still here, Script, it's the Script Cat card. It's dynamic reasoning card. The potency of Script Cat's attack comes from her comprehensive analysis of psychological issues that might cause an idiot to actually think being a sovereign citizen or a frauditor is a good idea. Hello, everybody and everybody else. All right, so that's the Script Cat card. And then for Ham Banana, like I said, I know I talked to you about this before, but now that I actually physically have them in my hand, here's the back. I want to show you what your card actually looks like for real, not just the thought of it, but the reality of it. Where is it? Come on. I know you're in this pile, dag nabbit. Here it is. There it is, the actual Ham Banana card. The chill card. This dude is so chill, he'll roast an idiot into oblivion before they even know they were under attack. Yes. There you go, buddy. Gotcha. All right. Just wanted to let you know that I got them now, because I know I told you when I was thinking about doing it, but now it's done. Still wish I had a better picture. Dagnabbit, in series 2, I'll make a new Ham Banana card with a different picture. All right. You can send me the one you want me to use. Anyway, so right now we're breaking down yesterday's live stream from Douche Canoe Sanchez, or what the heck is his name? I don't know why I said that. What was his name? Oh yeah, it's here's the oh man, what a twat this guy is. What a douche canoe. I love that. That's my new thing now. All right, here we go.
They're all monetized. I got no problem with that, but that's what he was giving Jeff Gray a hard time for. He says Jeff Gray was doing something on the street, which he wasn't, but if he was, it'd be okay. But he hypocritically spent, some people pointed out 10 or 20% of his time on that one video telling people how, he wants their money.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. They're not motorcycles, they're dirt bikes. There's a difference.
Look at the sergeant. Sergeant knows he's there. Not doing anything about it. God, don't you appreciate people who go out there with their camera? I couldn't be there then. I'm not in New York. Becca Shamil, who's in New York, couldn't be there then. This guy's doing stuff for us that we can't do ourselves. That's why I appreciate, Georgia Transparency or San Joaquin Valley Transparency in
my God, bro! I think I threw up a little bit in my mouth.
Oh, wait, what's this guy saying?
I don't have to I don't have to do nothing. Wipe your nose, boss. You got some white residue.
No. What's your point?
Wipe your nose. Who is this guy?
All right. Also, just to point out and recognize how much of an absolute douche canoe this idiot is. In a minute, besides thinking it's hilarious that the guy made a joke about the cop being on cocaine, the fact that this cop has a face mask on her shirt, he's going to go off on that too, because all these guys hate masks. Now, I'm not here to judge, that whole thing, but it's so standard for these guys to look at face masks as a government conspiracy, right? And it's just a control thing. It has nothing to do with diseases or anything. So he's going to start teasing her for having a mask as well.
Does anybody know who's doing this audit right there? Wipe your nose. You got some white residue.
Ha ha ha.
Don't Big West look like Poindexter from the 80s? Wolverine Transparency said. And Bryant Claggett, thanks for that super chat.
And
I do have a life.
Listen, explain to me, what was the point of you getting off your electrical bike to come over here?
She's got her ritualistic shame muzzle dangling from her body cam here.
A ritualistic shame muzzle. That's what he called it. Her mask is a ritualistic shame muzzle.
What is it that you see? The thing is that okay, the person who wrote that actually believes that. Okay, they actually believe that these things are like, oh, there's a deep conspiracy, that there's some control or whatever, right? Now, I think honestly, the whole thing about the mask or whatever, hey, it's we never had that kind of situation, so they were trying to figure it out. It's fine, whatever. And the people who are rational, who think in a very, I guess I want to say logical way, would think, hey, yeah, this kind of makes sense. Okay, we're gonna put the masks on or whatever. It never seemed like a big deal to me to wear a mask. Now, of course, there are people who think the conspiracy way or whatever. Now, these guys, just because they know that there are people out there who are gonna follow them for that reason, I think that's why they bring it up. I don't think they really care either. I noticed that there's some out there like Rogue Nation and stuff like that, and if you look back at some of their videos, they'll talk a lot about the mask and stuff like that, and they make it a big deal. But now that it's not a big deal, they don't bring it up as much anymore. Right. But because it's not the hot topic, right? And so that's the thing, is that a lot of them, if you listen to what they're talking about or what they're saying, they're usually going with the flavor of the moment. They'll usually talk about whatever the controversy is with the authorities at the moment. They won't acknowledge it later on down the road, because they're not activists, because they don't really care about what's going on. They're only doing it to get people to come look at them. It just like the whole, and I don't even want to bring it up, the whole school stuff or whatever. I don't even want to talk about town or whatever. But when that was happening, they were all about it, right? Oh, look at these coward cops or whatever, and oh, this and that. A couple months down the road, what's going on? What happened? Where's the follow-up? What happened to all the the hysteria, the outrage, and everything that you had? It's all gone now. All of a sudden, that doesn't matter. Why? Because it's not in the news. It's not popular anymore, so you don't want to talk about it anymore. Those things are still out there, but they don't talk about them anymore.
That's why I always said while that was going on, like, well, when you're in surgery, why don't you tell the doctor that not to wear a mask, because they don't do anything?
Yeah.
Anyway,
so
sorry. In the chat, they're talking about Wolverine transparency.
And,
he's a douche, big time.
Yeah, he's always, the cops did this to me, did this to me or whatever. And then people get him on their shows or whatever and say, okay, so tell me what happened. Well, the cop he violated my rights. Well, what did you do? All I was doing was playing music really loud at 3 a.m. And so somebody called the cops on me. Some snitch called the cops on me or whatever. It's like, what? And the more he unravels his story, it's like, dude, you're an idiot. That's all you want to say is like, you're an idiot, and you got arrested because you're an idiot, and you wanna somehow blame that on the cops. It's like, no, get the fuck out of here.
Well, he's one of these guys, and the dude we're listening to right now is also one of them. He's one of these guys who firmly believe that if a cop asks you for ID, just the act of them saying those words in and of itself is a violation of your Fourth Amendment. That is the dumbest crap I've ever heard in my life, and these guys believe it. Oh.
They don't understand the amendments.
They don't understand anything.
Right.
What a joke.
Because I can.
Well, for what? What's your point?
I could do that. It's called First Amendment, freedom of press.
Well, what's the point?
There's no point. I can do it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so just back.
All right. Right there. I love that. What's the point? There is no point. I can do it. He just said it. The frauditor just said it. Why are you doing this? What's the point? There is no point. Exactly. Oh.
So we could work.
Yup.
So you heard it there, guys, from this frauder. He doesn't care. He doesn't even care what's going on. He's just there to record the police and get a reaction out of them. He was riding a bike himself and he pulled up on them. It's just pure content, really. If I can go and record cops and they'll talk to me and give me a reaction, I can post it on YouTube.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Wes wants a reaction from you by posting a video from somebody who wants a reaction from other people. So wow, I can't even believe the depths of hypocrisy that he's going through here.
That's all they think about.
Working. I'm not stopping you from working. I just don't understand why your Sarge called me an asshole. I never disrespected him in no type of way. Sarge, let me get your name and badge number. Okay, let me get your name and badge number.
You see it?
I can't read. I'm sorry.
You got it right?
You have to articulate it.
Wow, they do not care about the public, guys. They are so pompous. They are so full of themselves and so prideful, so arrogant. They have such contempt for people. Didn't you swear to protect and serve me? How are you going to protect and serve me if you can't even do something as simple as give me your name and badge number?
Because the only reason you idiots ask for name and badge number is it's a control drama. You're trying to take control of the situation. You're trying to own the cops because they're your servants. Come on, man.
Yeah, and I didn't. How is he speaking for the public? That's one guy with one camera in one situation. You're
lying about not being able to read, by the way.
Exactly, and you're not speaking for me. He may say that he's speaking for him, but he's not speaking for me. You can't say that she doesn't care about the public. It's one person that she's acknowledging at that moment, somebody who has been already antagonistic to them all day.
Yes, exactly.
And
in other words, they like to paint it like this is how they just treat random members of the public. This guy isn't just a random member of the public. He's the idiot that's been filming and harassing these cops for the last hour.
Yep. And that's the thing is that, anybody can look that way. I mean, if you just walk up on a scenario where people are all angry and stuff like that and say, oh, well, why are you angry? And I'm, why are you so upset or whatever? It's like, well, you don't understand the situation. You don't understand what's going on. So don't cast your judgment yet. Don't say, okay, these people are like this or these people are like that. I can show you a million videos where cops can look like assholes. And I can show you a million videos where cops look like they're great people. It's not about that narrative. The narrative is cops are people just like anybody else. They have emotions just like anybody else. We do hold them to a higher regard because we hope that they can be better people than us. But the thing is that they're still people. They still have emotions, and they can get tired of being nice. They can get tired of being cool with people because people don't. There's just some people who never get it, and they always get on your nerves because they want to do that to you. And so, it's obvious that this guy's just spinning. Cops are bad, cops are bad, cops are bad, and he'll never acknowledge when they do something good or they do something that's helpful. He's just gonna acknowledge other things that are negative. It's so transparent.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. And that's the other thing, too. And that's one of the reasons why because I know that they're not the most popular when you show videos where because it's always good to see the comeuppance, right? You always, when they get arrested or when something happens, it's okay because you understand, not to say because this guy's like, oh, you celebrate these people getting arrested or whatever. It's not that. It's like when you act a certain way and you push somebody, it's good to see that you get what you asked for. But the point is, there's so many videos, like you said, where the cops are doing this or doing that. Now, they always say, oh, well, cops have to be held to a higher standard. But this is why I love showing videos where nothing happens, where these people just yell at the cop and scream at the cop and what's up, Grandma Wolf? What's up, Glenn? And they're giving the cops a hard time for 45 minutes, and the cop doesn't do anything. That is the cop being at a higher standard. And then they're going to accuse them of being a tyrant. If you do an ID refusal video, that means that they asked you for ID and you said no. and yet you still filmed the video. You still posted the video. Obviously, the cop was working at a higher standard. How dare you call them a tyrant? If there were a tyrant, your ass would be on the ground right now, not just in prison. So don't give me that tyrant crap when a cop literally just lets you yap at them for half an hour and then leaves.
Agreed.
Anyway, let's listen to some more stupidity.
You have to articulate it.
You know it, right?
You have to articulate it. Can I get your name and badge number? Can you say it?
Do what I say, because
so
I
you know you're violating your policy. You know that, right? They just passed local law 54 and 56. You know that, right?
That policy didn't matter.
Local law 54 and 56. You know that, right?
There you go. Local law 54 and 56 don't have anything to do with what I'm doing. I just felt like saying that. That's funny.
So what's your name and badge number, miss?
None of your business.
Miss, what's your basic name and badge number?
This guy's fast on his feet.
Fast on his feet.
So you failure to respond, right?
They don't even act like servants. They act like masters. They act like taskmasters.
We're not fucking servants.
They don't act like servants? What the hell? We both were like, wait a minute. We're not gonna let that slide.
They're not servants, man. Damn, that pisses me off to no end. The police officers, firefighters.
Wait a minute. Stop. Breaking news. Unclean Hands just donated 5 memberships. Thank you, Uncleans. Beautiful. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Unclean. You're the man. Love you, brother.
Gracias. Yeah. The public servants, they're not slaves. They don't belong to you, and you don't get to command them. They work for the public, and they're there to protect you as a part of their job, but they have their own set of. They work.
They're there to protect us from people like these guys.
Yes. Oh God, I get so mad. And what he said right there, what he said right there. I wish I was in the same room with him when he said that, because I hate people that talk like that. They say, oh, they act like they're masters. Have you had a master before? Have you been a slave or something? Did you come from a cotton picking, slave, place? How would you know that? How would you know that?
Plantation.
It's just
Yeah, it's horrible. I get so mad when they talk like that.
Masters, like you owe them something. More than willing to violate you.
No, they're not. You just have to not violate the law.
How you doing, Diaz? You good? You're the smartest one here. You haven't said nothing. I like that. They need to learn from you. You went to the military? No? Thank you for your services, though.
I don't understand why auditors thank cops for their service. You know what their service is, right? The extortion, the extortion service.
Go.
And that's another thing I wanted to bring up is people are always thinking, hey, thanks for being professional. Tomorrow, we're going to go over a video where this cop pulls over 3 guys driving these Lamborghinis, insisting that he used the radar. We're going to go over some radar knowledge. He used radar and pacing to determine that they went 98 miles per hour when none of the guys were probably going 98 miles per hour. They all had their cameras rolling, and you could tell the cop was lying. He was doing the telltale signs of being just an absolute liar while he was conducting his roadside piracy.
Scratching your nose? Is that when you lie? Is that your tell when you scratch the side of your nose?
They all had their cameras rolling, and you could tell the cop was lying. He was doing the telltale signs of being just an absolute liar while he was conducting his roadside piracy expedition.
Roadside. See,
I don't think it's cool, though.
That's why I have to keep stopping this, and this is why I wanted to cover this video. Everything that comes out of this idiot's mouth, it's like he can't say cops. He has to say road pirates. He can't say traffic ticket. He has to say extortion racket. Everything is part of this false narrative where he believes what he thinks in his brain, but states it like it's fact.
Right, and here's the deal. You go ahead and talk about extortion. You talk about how the cops are trying to take money, and it's all about them and what they want, what they're trying to do against you or whatever. But I say this: what do you want them to do then? What exactly do you want them to do? How do you want them to enforce the law then? You say that this is all about extortion. It's about taking
See,
money.
but wait. You'll see as this goes on, he's going to get into that. He's an anarchist. He doesn't want there to be laws. It's not that like the way they enforce the laws is wrong. He doesn't want any of it. He wants everything to be handled like this is it. This is the problem with these guys, with so many of them, right? It's like the world they want, their freedom, quote unquote, is a world where if somebody who has less than you wants to take your stuff, oh, well, you just shoot them. Yeah, but they don't think it through, because then that guy's family is going to want to come and shoot you for shooting him. And then your family is going to want to shoot them for shooting you. And before you know it, everybody's just murdering each other in the streets. And that's the world they want.
Yeah, that's what they want. They want that, and the thing is that they never think things through. They say, oh, well, if somebody gets on my property, then I'm going to shoot them, or I won't hesitate and stuff like that. It's like guys, do you understand? Do you understand what you're talking about? Is killing another human being, right? Yeah, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about somebody comes on my property, I'm gonna shoot them like if it's like nothing, like if it's like an animal or like whatever, right? I don't. It's like it never registers in my head, that what these guys are talking about is other people, and
right.
That's the thing. That's the thing is that they don't see anybody but themselves.
Yes.
They want everybody to go to whatever they're saying because they want to be comfortable. They want to be happy in their situation. So they think that following rules or taking in consideration their neighbors and the other people is some sort of
rules.
They think it's a sort of tyranny against them, and it's just being a regular, productive member of society. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just we created this society so that there wouldn't be tyrants, so that there wouldn't be rules that we had to follow because one person made us. We're doing it so that we can all be happy. We can all live comfortably. And yes, we have to have certain rules because we have to respect one another. We have to
listen, it goes back to what I was saying yesterday morning. It's like with the whole trespass thing, we'll take that as an example since we're talking about, people getting on their property or whatever. When you are on there, when you're okay, so in their worldview, if the trespassing laws were never enforced, right? If there were no laws and whatever, you could do whatever you want, then what would happen is the cops are the intermediary. They're the in-between. They're the break in that chain of you killed one of my family members, so I'm going to kill you, and then your family's going to kill one of my family members because I killed you, and then and it's going to be the police come in the middle. They break that chain, right? So if you're trespassing, the people in the building could physically grab you, beat the crap out of you, and throw you out in the street, but then they're going to get in trouble. So they don't do that. They call the cops. And then these guys complain because why'd they call the cops? What's their problem? Well, they're not going to do it themselves, but that's the world these guys want. Well, that's what's going to happen. This dude thinks that if the cops were gone, he'd be left alone. You don't think that people who have less than you are going to come to your house and take your shit, whether you like it or not? Well, I have a gun. Well, what if there's 70 of them and they all have guns? This guy has never, I bet you I don't know anything about this guy, but I'm willing to bet he's never lived in a big city, because growing up in Chicago, I know for a fact that there are plenty of people who will they'll just take it. They don't give a shit. They're just going to do it, even when it is illegal. So imagine if it wasn't, and there were no cops. It'd be insane.
Yeah, and I'm in LA, so I know a lot of bad stuff out here. I'll tell you one thing, you know, there's a old gangster that I used to talk to. She's passed away about 2 years ago now, but we used to have a lot of conversations about what gangs were back in the days when he was growing up. He grew up in a time when the accountability was very it wasn't as strong as it is now. The transparency, the whole camera stuff. It wasn't like it is now. And he said back then, gangs were more about protecting the community because we had our community, we had our little our barrios, our areas that weren't protected as well as other more people who had money and stuff like that. The cops would protect them more because they had more money, and it makes sense because the cities weren't didn't generate revenue, like as they did, like before or whatever. So they would have like one cop per city or whatever. It wasn't that great. So they would have to protect themselves, and so the gangs were more about protecting the community. And so he would tell me like, I'm so disappointed in the way the things went. But he said what he would always tell me is like it's the same thing with everything. It's like you something starts off as something good, and then once it creates its power and it starts creating its power structure, it'll always fall because we're not perfect. People get hungry, and they like power and stuff like that. So that's why those things get corrupted. But he was like,
Listen, here's what happens. Here's what happens in all of those situations, right? You have a neighborhood that's a high crime area, right? And there's a certain group of people that are always getting beat up or bullied or robbed or whatever. So they decide to get together to defend themselves from these idiots, but they end up becoming over time those idiots. And then now they're just doing the same shit because they have to support their guns and their thing. When it becomes street justice, then that's when it becomes a mess. But that's what these guys are advocating for because they're idiots and they don't see that. But listen, this is the third time that he mentioned it. Debos keeps asking me to show this video, so I'm going to put something else on real quick because I want to see what he keeps talking about because this has got to be interesting because he keeps bringing it up. So we're going to take a break from this for a minute, and we're gonna look at this TikTok real quick and see what's going on, what this is all about. All right, let's get this on. Hold on.
Oh.
Commission meeting last night. Good evening, council peoples. You may call me mistress. I am here standing neutral to the motion approving an agreement for the proprietary purchase of yard waste processing and disposal. I do, however, find it interesting that you will spend almost $1 million to hide your secrets down the drain. Hiding that condom I know you used to cheat on your spouse with. So, I propose that you use $25 of that mill to support DOMs and subs in Broward County to build a dungeon created for us by us, the taxpayers and voting citizens. In closing, do not let this glamorous look distract you from doing your duty to take my demand. I look forward to spanking each and every single one of you at the new esteemed dungeon. You are dismissed.
Okay, thank you.
What the hell was that?
Anyone else wish to speak?
Wow. Oh my goodness gracious me. All right. Well, that was a good comedy bit in the middle of our breaking down the stupid. But I want to get back to what we were showing because somebody just showed up and really needs to see this because what we've been talking about, because we're breaking down every lie and every false narrative and all the BS coming out of this guy's mouth. And I know Rogue was there yesterday, so he knows this. So let's spend some more time breaking down this guy's stupidity.
What if a guy in a wheelchair comes right now? Huh? Feel me? I'm out here exercising my rights. I have the right to do that. I just hope you know that. All right. I just feel like what y'all doing is illegal. Don't you got a bike, though? All right. Cool. So I shouldn't be a part of me recording police activity. It's my First Amendment right.
You can recall her all you want.
See right here?
Yeah.
Doing an operation. It's NYPD authorized operation.
Okay.
And you're just a bit too close. If there's something if a car comes
Wrong.
right now.
How is it wrong that it's authorized?
It'll hit your bike.
Comes.
Whoa, what happened?
Can you give me 6 feet?
I don't want it to hit you.
You got that right here. This is a public sidewalk.
Right now, this sidewalk's being used for an operation. I'm asking you really, really nicely. Please, go behind the
I'm not doing nothing wrong.
I know you're not. Right now, you're in the middle of
574, right?
Yeah,
So he's just making an arbitrary law, and he's setting up a boundary based on his verbal command, which means absolutely nothing.
He asked the guy to back up. He didn't tell him to stop filming. He said, back up because we're doing this thing here and you're in it. You're in the way. It's, oh, he's just making up his own laws off the top of his head. No, he's telling you, please stand back because we're doing something here. There's these guys on these dirt bikes that are going to be driving in super fast. There's going to be an issue. We know it's coming. Please back up. Oh, my God, what horrible tyranny. Tyranny would be if he was beating him in the face, telling him you're physically grabbing him and pulling him back while beating him with a stick. That would be tyranny. Asking him, please back up. Oh, no. Oh, no. What, are you going to cry like a baby? Did the cop hurt your feelings? I thought feelings didn't matter.
Okay.
You can record all you want. Just keep it right there behind the man.
I'm perfectly fine right here. If you want, you can call your lieutenant.
Right there. Thank you.
Yeah, level-headed music says directives. Mike Webb says a mouth will say anything. Never feed their ego, says Fair Lady.
That's all frauditors do is give directives.
Yeah, you're right, Ronnie. Daily Driven Exotics is the ones that were pulled over from Canada, but he knows a lot about the law. He does.
Okay, this a-hole is his name is Here's the Deal, and basically he's telling this story, building this false narrative like he does because he's an anarchist and an anti-American douche canoe and hates freedom and just wants everyone to murder each other in the streets. That's the world he wants. Of frontier justice, right? Mob rule. And so he's gonna say everything he can to just sound dumber and dumber the more he speaks. It's great.
But there's a couple criticisms I have for them too, as well as the cops. But it's going to be a total learning experience. We might just do a live stream on that. Tennessee Accountability says,
can't wait.
Cop here getting sued for going on the wrong property without a warrant to the homeowner's window and killed their 2 dogs. Yeah, just do what you're told to do.
It's so hard for these frauders to follow the rules. It has to be a law or they won't follow it. It's so hard for them just to accept a simple directive from a police officer. It's like next to impossible. They're doing a sting operation right here on dirt bikers, and you could end up getting hurt. He's just telling you to back up a little bit. And this guy's like, call your supervisor, call your supervisor. Why do you guys argue with police? Just let them do their job and back up from a distance and record them, dude. They got something going on right now. They're not trying to deal with you, you stupid frauder.
What's Wes saying right
there? What's Wes saying? He's saying this guy could talk about Wes being dumb all day. The fact of the matter is what Wes just said is 1,000 times more intelligent than anything that comes out of this idiot's mouth.
Yep. And he simple. That was as simply as anybody could have said it, right? He's dealing with something else. He doesn't need to deal with you, man. Back up. That's it. No, but the frauder is in his feelings. He's hurt because they don't want to give him their name and badge number. They don't want to acknowledge him. So he's like, oh, well, I'll stand right here. I'll stand where I want. I'll stand right here. And it's like, Okay, whatever, man. The thing is that he's going to claim that all of these cops are terrible people. They're egotistical and all this stuff or whatever. And it's like, look at what's going on. You're still there filming. You're still in their space. You haven't been arrested. They haven't taken the camera away from you. So, and none of this is anything of what you're saying. You're saying words.
Hold on a second. I want to. While he's here, I want to ask Rogue Nation a question. I've been wanting to ask him this. Hey, Rogue, seriously, like I'm asking you a legitimate question. If you're so worried about the cops and all these people wasting taxpayer money, why is it okay for you to try to steal taxpayer money through your lawsuits? Because if you win, that's where the money you're going to get paid is going to come from, is from taxpayers' money. Oh my God. Hold on a second. I got to do this. Cause Kfar wants to come up. So let me, you on Discord, Kfar, or here, you know what? I'll just drop it in the chat. Go ahead, Kfar.
No.
We could have you up. That'd be great.
Don't drop it in the chat. I'm just playing.
No, Rogue, seriously, how come you don't feel bad about stealing taxpayers' money through your lawsuits? Because you're so worried about where taxpayer money goes. You're not gonna acknowledge that, right? No. All right. Let's get back to listening to this idiot say stupid stuff. Let's see if he could get even dumber. I doubt it, but we'll see. Yeah. Oh, no, he does get dumber. I'm sorry. I watched this yesterday. He does.
Bow down. Do what they say. Submit. Obey. Comply. They're the law enforcement officers. They know better than you. Just do it. Don't question it. Just like Gene Simmons the other.
Wait a minute. Didn't he just describe what frauditors want all public employees to do? Didn't he just describe what frauditors want all public employees, because they're servants, to do?
Yeah,
that's what he's describing. He's describing frauditors, but putting it on cops.
Yeah, he's like, oh, these guys think that they're masters. Oh, they're our public servants. They're our servants. Oh, and they need to do what we say. But you want them to, what? Like, it's like, dude, stop projecting.
Hey, Jerry, we got Kfar on the panel. What's up, Kfar?
What up, man? What up, K? What's going on, man?
I'm in the parking lot of Kroger because it's packed and I'm unwilling to go in yet.
Well, it's 2 days before Christmas. Everything's going to be packed.
Yeah. Well, David yesterday inspired me to go out really early today and get alcohol. So there's that.
Okay.
Oh, God. No more alcohol for me.
Man?
Oh, nothing. So I went over to Here's the Deals page because he's an idiot. And then I went into Big West. I went in his comment section, and there's so many auditors in there talking about the absolute dumbest shit. So they think that police officers went from 0 to throwing gates in front of motorcycles to get them to stop. I don't know if you guys live in the biggest cities, but when I lived in Toledo, we had like a similar issue where motorcycles, 4-wheelers, 3-wheelers were grouping up, going down the street, whacking cars, stealing shit from fucking people's houses, robbing stores, running through people's grass and fucking it up. And they tried to address it in very small ways until they had to throw, gates in front of people driving down the street to get them. And it's just kind of pathetic that they think that one day a police officer was like, oh, we don't have a problem, but let's start throwing gates in front of people's car or motorcycle.
That's exactly what I was saying, bro. What I was saying earlier is that people think or they have this idea that, officers wake up in the morning and say, you know what, today I'm going to go ahead and start, ticketing people for speeding, or this is the day that I'm going to stop motorcyclists or whatever. It's like, it doesn't happen that way. It's like they go to briefings, they have things where it comes to a head, right? It's like you started off this way. You started off by saying, put up a sign that says, please don't speed. Put up a sign that says click it or ticket, right? You put up all these different things that say, please be careful, whatever.
Signs.
Yeah, and then when nobody's listening, nobody's doing anything that's being productive towards what they want. They make it so that people know, and so that they learn their lesson or whatever. But they're gonna highlight when it gets to the extreme. They're not gonna report the buildup. They're not gonna say, oh, they had all of these different issues and then this came to it. No, it's like, oh, you're putting up gates now. Oh, this is what it's come to or whatever. It's like, well, if you knew what was going on, then you would know that this is something serious. It's not. We're not doing this because we want to, and that's the thing. That,
all right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. There's a couple things I wanna say real quick. All right, first of all, KFAR, to everybody that's in here, take his point, man. We got to support Big West, because after this live stream yesterday, he got all these idiots to go on there and attack Big West on his channel. So we want to make sure that we point that out and let him know that he still has our support, because he's young, he's naive, he's easily influenced. Obviously, we don't want to turn him around. Also, and Rogue Nation just made a point. He's saying, no. If I win the lawsuit, the money's going to come from the cops, not the taxpayers. But that's what I'm saying. Your big complaint is that the cops' money comes from the taxpayers. So what's the difference? Anyway, KFAR, what else is? Did you want to say something else?
Oh, I think it's funny that I think we've all done this video, and it's funny that they only talk shit about Big West. And I've noticed this a lot. I'm not a large channel. You're not a large channel. But they only want to pick on the people that either just started or have no following.
Yep.
Because I haven't heard shit from this video. I think Kick or SC did this video. They haven't heard shit from this video.
Yep.
But Big West is getting this guy who I think's got not a lot of subscribers, but way more than Wes. But he decides to pick on Big West because he's only been doing this for a month.
Well, here's the deal. He's got 75K subs. But that was one of the things he was bringing up earlier that I made a point of. He's like, if you're popular, then that means that you gave up on your belief system or something like that. And then that's when I said, I highlighted, yeah, and he's got 75,000 subs.
What are his views looking like?
Yeah, he's
his views don't match his subscribers. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I've noticed a lot of that with a lot of these guys. You look at their sub count, then you look at their view count, and somehow it doesn't seem to match very well.
No,
but
not
yeah,
at all.
I generally. Go ahead.
I got a theory on that. Okay, this is my theory on the whole view count and stuff like that. See,
buy subs.
And you know what? And I'll even give him credit as far as buying subs and stuff like that, because I think it's this. They jump on causes, right? They jump on things like I told you, the school thing that I don't want to talk about. They'll jump on it, right? And so when people are in the heat of the moment, when they're hearing all these things that are happening on the news and stuff like that, it's easy to say to put up the thumbnail that says such and such cops or whatever, right? And so you click on it, being like, oh, look at this guy, he's a freedom fighter, he's an activist, whatever, right? And so you're impulsive at the moment because you're upset about what's going on, and so you click on it, you sub, you do all this and that you would normally do, and then later on you start seeing other videos. You're like, oh, this guy's crazy. I don't really believe in what he's talking about, so you forget about it. And not everybody is so active on their the things that they sub to, the things that they don't sub to.
I see what you're saying.
And so they subbed at the heat of the moment when they were impulsive about something that was upsetting them, and now they don't pay attention to their channel anymore because they realize they're either conspiracy nuts, or they're not they're not about what they're talking about. They're not really activists, whatever the case may be, and so they stop watching them, and they don't have they don't have the views because they were subbed when the person was impulsive, but the person doesn't watch them anymore. And if they could unsub, or if they realize that they should unsub, they would, and they would lose all those subs.
Right.
Well, I was about to say, look at Broken System, Broken Trust. He had one video of something that he didn't even do in the freaking media, MCC, and him situation where they were treating him like a dog. He stayed in the car, didn't do anything.
Yep.
That video, it wasn't even that good. He got a lot of subscribers, and then people, like you said, realized like, oh, this dude's fucking crazy.
Yep.
I can't watch his content. And now he went from a couple thousand views per video to 200 views per video, to the point now where he told me yesterday he's starting 2 new channels and leaving that one to just die. And I'm like, well, I already killed it, so
well, the other ones ain't even gonna come up anymore because he's already known for what he is. It's like they don't understand famous and infamy. They don't understand
Predators don't understand anything.
Well, I know you're familiar with him, Hez. I know you're familiar with Paul Enslaved. So a third party alerted me to a Facebook post that Josh made. And Paul, I know he did it in a live stream where he called Josh out for trying to like take Paul's subscribers, and that's the only reason he even comes to his page anymore. Paul was on his Facebook calling him out for his bullshit. And I'm just like,
nice.
You've got MCC that disowned you, freaking media disowned you, Vegas Valley disowned you, Paul Enslaved disowned you. The only people that are keeping you around are Wolverine Transparency, because he's, again, fucking crazy.
Yep.
Electrocution happens like that. And then that Press Harder guy who looks like he lives outside of a Taco Bell. Like, those are the only people that still talk to him. And it's like, there's your sign, bud. Like, maybe you should just quit, get a job, and take care of your family.
Yep. Yeah.
How dare you?
Those guys are
I'll take shots for days.
It's funny too, because his whole group, like all of those guys, you go to any one of BSBT's live streams and look at his panel, and it's like a who's who of idiots. And like, I mean, like you said, even the idiots think that these guys are idiots. It's insane. Oh, BSBT, man, that guy, he knows me. He calls me Hazuki. He thinks it's funny.
Well, he calls me a homophobic slur.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, that's right.
Every single time, every single Facebook post. And it's like, you're almost 50 years old, dude. Like, you're almost 50 years old. You don't have a car. You don't have a license. You don't have a job, to my knowledge. You don't have custody of your children. And you're currently living with a guy you met in jail at his mother's house. Like, you're really living the high life.
Right?
Hey, but what I want to know is if he's going to get a fair and meaningful hearing when he goes to trial. Is it going to be fair and meaningful?
If he shows up. Because I told you guys, the day that I got that one arraignment, he had another court hearing for the one with the warrant later that day that he didn't show up for, and now he has another warrant.
Oh,
Jesus.
So,
and the cycle continues.
Yeah,
that
he,
is
he wants a meaningful hearing, but won't show up for a expired license. Court hearing.
Of course not. That hearing he had the other day or whatever, when he's telling the judge, like, that's what Jerry's talking about, like are you going to give me a fair and even hearing and all that? And then the judge is like, are you trying to say that I'm not going to honor my oath? And I loved the fact.
Here it is.
Yes. I thought that was beautiful. The judge is like, I keep it right here, Bung Howell. Look, here it is. Oh, man. That was great. And then Rogue Nation is like, oh, cops did their job for 100 years before qualified immunity existed. Well, guess what? Everybody did everything before whatever was invented existed at some point in history.
Yeah, what could cops do 100 years ago that they can't do now? A shit ton of stuff.
Yeah, like beat the hell out of you?
Yeah, like for just on a Tuesday. Like, I don't like that guy it's Tuesday.
Right. Back 100 years ago, heck, they could arrest black people for not being white.
Yeah.
You could.
Bringing us back 100 years is not
right. If
the
you're
best
in Mississippi, you could walk up to a black guy, punch him in the head, and then have him arrested for hurting your hand. And that's nuts. But yeah, law enforcement, all these guys just going on and on and on with their BS and every day. And again, this is one of the things that's been driving me nuts the last few months. To me, it actually seems like it's been since the whole pandemic thing started. It seems like this whole movement that, and I've said this before, at this point I would have thought it would be going down, but it looks like it's actually growing. It seems like I'm finding more and more new frauditors popping up every day. It's driving me nuts.
Do you know why you have more and more new frauditors popping up? Because more and more older frauditors are not doing it anymore. Like PayPal Patty, basically full stop. News Now Houston's probably going to be not making videos for a while.
Yeah.
News Now
Glenn.
Omaha, he doesn't make videos anymore. Yeah, Glenn, he used to be the greatest thing ever, and now he just did his little stint in like 5 days in jail. You have Josh, Wolverine Transparency, MCC freaking Media. They don't make the same type of content that they used to, like every day. You know, once you get convicted of trespassing a few times, it kind of knocks your enthusiasm for doing fuck shit down a little bit.
Amagansett Press and Watching the Watchmen have disappeared.
Tyrant Slayer Studios rarely leaves his house. I guess his GoFundMe for his bike repairs didn't exactly take off the way he wanted.
Yeah.
You know about that, right?
Yeah.
He posted a GoFundMe for his bike and then got $0.
That's great. Yeah, I remember that. Oh man, see, it's insane the way that these guys try to handle their, well, they call it handling their business, but that's the thing. It's so based on, this is one of the things, like this video that I'm watching with this Here's the Deal guy. It's like they seem to have this idea, and I say this all the time. They have these ideas of what police officer supposed to do, what any public servant is supposed to do, all these definitions of all these things that they create in their own minds. And Broken System, Broken Trust is a great example of that, because he's just taking bits and pieces of the Mark Stevens script and the Frauditor script and all these different things and just sort of cobbling them together into just this massive stupidity that just pours out of them like a fountain of moronic. I just said stupidity. I'll say it again, but what else is it? It's dumb.
If you think his YouTube's bad, his Facebook is somehow even worse, and he only gets like one person to react to each post.
Oh, that's horrible. That's great though. It's great in its horribleness. Oh man. Oh, that's great. Well, anyway, it's great to have you here, man. Well, you know, well, I know you're sitting there anyway, but
it's always nice.
I normally watch all morning when I take the kids to school, and then I got here and it's packed, and I'm like, I don't want to go in. I hate people.
Right, and again, when you're 2 days before Christmas, all the stores are going to be packed, so that's kind of expected at this point, I would say, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the snow to shut down everybody else but me tonight.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Well, even like I said before, even out here, it's kind of cold. I mean, you know, we're in Florida and it's only 58 right now, which probably would be beautiful up north. But I mean, out here, that's cold. Yeah, right. I got my shorts on right now, actually.
I think we're supposed to get like 5 to 8 inches overnight of the snow.
Oof.
All right. So are you supposed to get hit by that big storm that they keep showing on the news?
Yep. It's supposed to hit the upper peninsula of Michigan the worst. And we're supposed to get it like second-ish worst.
Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, good luck. You got is that what you're at Kroger for, is to get stuff for your snowblower?
No, just alcohol.
Oh, there you go.
Alcohol and baked beans. I'm making pulled pork for Christmas Eve.
Oh,
nice. It doesn't make any sense, but I have to get things for that.
Oh, that's delicious, man. That's great.
Right,
what I like to do is all right. Well, get the what I like to do is you know, everyone has different taste, but what I like to do is I like to get the because it's seasonal, I like to get the really sweet, like caramel and vanilla mixed Crown Royal and use that in my eggnog. Oh, that's good.
I'll
stuff.
try that. I am a fan of alcohol in general, so I can drink anything.
Right on. All right, brother.
He's on a quarter of my cup.
I'll be listening from the background. I'll be a creep.
All right, sounds great, man. Thanks a lot. Take it easy. Good having you.
See you later, bro.
All right. So now let's get back to that was cool. That was great having him up here. And now let's listen to some more stupidity from Idiot.
The day the government tells you to do something, shut up and do it. That's how societies fall. You can put, if it's a dangerous situation, if you're not free to put your life in jeopardy, then you're not free. And it's not, the Supreme Court's already ruled on this, and we already know that cops don't care about your life, but the Supreme Court has ruled in DeShaney versus Winnebago County and in Castle Rock versus Gonzalez that they are not there to protect you. And Castle Rock versus
again, see everything out of this guy's mouth. I got to stop the video because everything he says is so stupid. They always use that. They always use that. What they're saying is that if a cop is like there and somebody gets shot and they didn't physically prevent the shooting from happening because maybe they didn't get there in time or whatever the situation is, and don't you, because I know if Rogue Nation's still here, don't you bring up Uvalde. That's a whole different thing. But the point is, that's what they're talking about. They're not saying the cops aren't there to serve and to protect. What they're saying is that you can't sue a cop for not saving your life because maybe there was something else they were dealing with. What if there's one cop and two people laying on the ground and they can only give CPR to one of them? Well, the other person can't sue them. That's what they're talking about. And yes, Edward Kettler makes a great point. These guys, one of the many, many, many reasons why they're idiots is because quit giving me directives. Quit telling me where to stand and what to do. How dare you violate my rights by giving me directives? But if something did happen and the cops didn't say anything, they'd be the first in line to sue the police department for letting them, for allowing them to be there and to get hurt and to have trouble. Oh.
I was muted. The other thing too is you're putting your feelings onto a cop. That's what you're doing when you say these guys don't care about you or these guys aren't here to protect you. Right. That's what you think. That's what's in your head.
Just based on opinion.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
One of the reasons why I hate this guy so much, because he states everything like it's a fact, but it's all opinion, all of it.
Yeah, you can't put somebody's thoughts or what they're thinking because of what you feel or what you think because this person is talking to me this way or he's this or he's that. No, the thing is that anybody who wants to be a cop already is already saying that I'm already looking past the part where people are gonna talk crap to me because everybody knows growing up that's you all you hear is negative stuff being told about cops. I mean, there's a small community of people who grew up in like as cops and parents who are cops and stuff like that who kind of grew up in a more positive attitude for cops situation. But mostly everybody, especially around this country, will hear nothing but negative things about cops. So that you want to be one or that you want to already do that kind of a job, you're already thinking outside of yourself. So for me, it's like if you've already decided to take on this job, you're already somebody who's more considerate than other people are because it's a thankless job.
Let me tell you something too, and this goes back to kind of ties what you're saying to what he was saying a minute ago, talking about what did he say? He said, if you are not free to risk putting your life on the line, then you're not free. You want to risk putting your life on the line? Become a cop. Yeah. Join the Marines. Become a fireman. You're free to risk putting your life on the line. Do that. Do what they do.
Oh my goodness.
Gonzalez, Mrs. Gonzalez had a restraining order on Mr. Gonzalez. He ended up offing their 3 kids, driving them to the police department, having a shootout with the police, died by gunfire. The police are under no obligation to protect you at all, so says the Supreme Court. So it's not about you.
Right. She couldn't
They want to
sue him for
protect you.
stopping
They
him
want
from
you to be in a safe spot. They don't want you to get harmed in any way.
No, that's
It's
not what
that they
that
just want to
case
control you.
means.
They want to issue the
No,
commands and they
it's
want to
not
watch you jump
true.
through the
That's your
hoops because they
opinion.
love that. And
That's your
Wes loves it.
opinion.
And Wes is actually encouraging you and telling you to obey the cops. If you don't, then you're a frauditor.
No,
You're an
you're a
absolute
criminal.
fraud if you don't
Or an
trust
idiot.
and obey and comply with the road
No.
pirates.
No, you're not. You're not a frauditor. You're not a frauditor for listening to the cops. You're a frauditor for getting a camera and sitting there and taking pictures of something that nobody cares about and saying that it's tyranny. That's when you're a frauditor. Get it right, man. You're just an idiot, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And the other thing too, with what he just said, and again, I have to keep stopping it because every word out of his mouth is idiocy, and it has to be broken down. He comes out and he says all this nonsense, and he's talking about these road pirates, right? They can't be cops; they have to be road pirates. They can't give tickets; they have to be engaged in some sort of extortion racket, right? But it's all just opinion. It's just what he says, but he's stating it like all these cops care about is making you follow their orders and you better obey or you're a frauditor. And it's like, no. Look, because he doesn't do this, but I hate when they use the example of the Nazis. And this is how I want to tie it together. Yes. If somebody says, hey, you get down on your knees and lick my boots, because they always like to use that example, then yeah, I would say no, that you can't do that. But that's not what these cops are doing. They're saying, hey, step back 5 feet, please. Oh my God. Oh, what tyranny. Oh, how horrible. How dare they ask me to step back 5 feet? Oh, and you better comply with our demands. No, it's the frauditors who want all the quote-unquote public servants to comply to their demands. Everything that they accuse everyone else of doing is what they do. What's up, P. Barnes II? How you doing?
You know, and you want to know something funny about this whole situation, okay? Because these guys will talk about tyranny and all that or whatever, right? You go to jail, right? And you're with all these guys who don't like rules, who don't like all this stuff or whatever. You go to jail, and it turns out that in jail they have rules for themselves. The inmates create rules for themselves. They create rules because they know that the correctional officers are going to go in there and protect them for every little thing that happens. So the inmates create rules to protect themselves inside a jail. And you would think to yourself, well, these guys are the ones that don't want nobody to tell them to do anything. But the fact remains, in any type of structure, society, however you want to talk about it, you want to protect yourself. And so in order to protect yourself, you create rules. These rules are meant to protect you and everybody else in there equally, or at least as equally as you want to make it. So they're a bunch of hypocrites. They say
real quick. Thank you for joining us, iKiss. Have a good day.
Hey,
right, go ahead.
Oh yeah, they're hypocrites because they say, oh, we don't want people to tell us what to do and this and that or whatever. But the fact remains is that when there is something that gets in your way, or there's something that you can't do anything about, you want people to come together and fix it. But the thing is that you want it only when it's happening to you, only when it affects you. You don't care about anybody else but you, and that's the thing about it. There's people that only care about themselves, and there's people that actually see society as a whole and consider other people. And thankfully, the majority is we all care about each other. So that's why there's more of people who think like us than people that think like them, because they only think about themselves and what their comforts are.
Well, see, and that's the thing, and this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, even, is this whole, and this guy, especially with this whole anarchy and mob rule and get rid of the cops and this and that nonsense. What's going to happen if that actually took place? If there were no cops, no laws, no rules, and everyone was quote unquote free? Well, you know what would happen? Whoever has more guns than him are going to tell him what to do. They're going to go to his house. They're going to take his crap. And if he tries to do something about it, more will show up. And they'll be, because there's no way that you could tell me for 1 second that this idiot could stand up to 17 gangbangers or 30 or 100 if they come to his house and decide they want his stuff because there's no more laws. Guess what? They're getting it. And then you'll be begging for the cops to come back and save your ass. They'd be getting tribal. They'd be gang. It would be murdering, just everyone killing each other in the streets, wholesale slaughter, mob rule, nuts. It would be insane. But that's the world he wants.
Yeah, that's why they're dumb. That's why he's an idiot, because he says things like that. But to me,
well, there's a lot of reasons why he's an idiot.
Yeah, but to me, the main thing that makes this guy so egregious is that I honestly think that it's a grift. It's him pulling in things that are saying things that are controversial, that people, like I said, people impulsively will go towards you because if you just got pulled over by a cop and you
but wait, hold on. Before you make that point though, because you said something, and here's the thing. This guy specifically, he actually believes this crap. That's the problem. He's not just doing it for a grift. I mean, he might be using it for that, but he actually believes this nonsense.
Well, if he does, then
yeah, he's that dumb.
You know, oof. I that is like, whoa, like things like that. I really don't. I actually that's something that I do, is that I try to rationalize people that are like this. So I think to myself, he can't believe this stuff. He really can't, because how can you sit there and believe? Yeah, like it's just. I get it to a certain degree. If like you've never dealt with a cop ever in your life, and then you get pulled over, you think to yourself like, "Hey, why did this happen to me?" And so your first, inkling would be like, "Why is this happening to me?" Right? But then after you start hearing, like, or when you go to the court and you see like 100 people there for the same reason you are, you're like, "Oh shit, okay, maybe I was being an asshole and driving a little too fast or something." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I really don't know anything about this guy's past. I'd like to know what the cops did to him that made him so butthurt. Did he get pulled over once and that's it? He didn't want to pay a ticket, so he decided to become a full-blown anarchist, soft-sit, anti-American piece of crap.
Right. Yeah. I don't mean to make this about me real quick, but I just want to preface this because
Miss Mandy's in the house. What's up, Mandy?
Miss Mandy. I love her. I want to preface this real quick because I've been in situations where I've thought to myself, you know what? I don't think that went down how it should have. But then I've talked to people like Blue Bear, and Blue Bear told me, like he kind of explained it to me, and I'm like, okay, man, that makes sense. And I was younger, so it feels like sometimes things feel kind of like messed up, but you have to kind of look at them from the outside, and you're like, okay, that makes sense. When I was younger, I live in LA. In LA, everything is like you're either in LA or you're gonna like go 30 miles away to go to another place, to go hang out or whatever. So at the time I had a girlfriend that lived in like another town over city, and I would go to her all the time. And of course I was young. I was 18, and so I didn't care about registration and stuff like that. I always let it expire. I had to pay it late, stuff like that. It's just irresponsible stuff you do as a kid. And so I would always be going over there to her place. So I would get pulled over in between the LA to get to her. Like I would say I got pulled over at least 5 different times, and I never got a reason for getting pulled over. Like I got pulled over one time and they were like, give me your license and everything. I always had my license and stuff, whatever. And it wasn't a big deal. But one time a cop pulled me over. He pulled me over like if I stole my own car. Like he pulled me over. He told me to get out, like through the speaker. I got out, put my hands on the hood. He went through my pockets and everything and told me to sit on the curb. Never told me anything. He put me through all this stuff, and he basically made me feel like I did something wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Now it took a long time because I guess he ran my name, he did all kinds of stuff. Then he finally let me go, and he said, and I asked him, why did he pull me over? And he said, he's like, just wear your seatbelt or whatever. I was wearing my seatbelt. I was like, what the hell? He's like, just wear your seatbelt and get out of here. And I'm all like, what was that all about? You know, like, and so I felt violated. I felt like something had happened, something bad had happened. But then it took me a little bit to think about it, and I was all like, but nothing happened, you know, even though I went through all of this stuff, you know, or whatever, and maybe he was wrong in some ways or whatever, nothing happened. Like he didn't take me to jail. But the reason why was because I didn't have anything on me. Didn't have any drugs. There was nothing wrong with my license at the time. I didn't have any registration problems. And so even though all of that happened, nothing happened to me. And so I think to myself, like, you know, if these encounters, you know, like, you know, were just like what happened to me, like that, yeah, you may feel bad, or you may feel like something bad happened to you or whatever, but nothing really happens, you know, like nobody really gets hurt. The only time things happen when people get hurt is when people either try to run or try to do something that's more than what, you know, is expected of you when you encounter a cop. And so I'm not saying that
you know what, here, I'm going to play this for a second. I got to go take care of something real quick. The dog just ran outside.
Go.
So let me go chase her down. I'm just going to let this play for a little bit.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit. I got this going 2 times speed.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wait. Whoa. What just happened there? Wow. That was a little premature. Let's back that up a couple seconds. 5 seconds. Here we go.
What? They got one. Look at that. Oh, shit.
Whoa.
What? They got one. Look at that. Whoa. Oh, shit. Wow. Yo, bro, you good, bro? Relax. You good?
Oh, I was not expecting that. I'm sure you guys are super excited by this video. It's got to be one of my most entertaining ones I pushed out yet. I've never seen a cop take down a dirt.
Wes is always there. In case there's not enough pat on the back, Wes is there to make sure that he pats himself on the back.
Biker like that. That was pretty epic. Make sure you guys rewind that clip if you want to watch it. But this is what happens when you have gangs and big masses, groups of people. I don't know if you guys, some of my viewers live in New York, so I want you guys to let me know, do you see a lot of dirt bikers and four-wheelers riding around? Look, I seen this super messed up video. This gang of dirt bikers was cruising down the city of New York streets, and some guy got out of his car because one of them hit his mirror, and they beat him to death and killed him, and he had his son in the car.
And what would that be? What would that be, Wes? That would be criminal activity. Doing things that are dangerous, that are hurting people, putting people in jeopardy. The people have the right to stop that nonsense. And it truly would be nonsense if you're putting people's life in jeopardy, if you're getting out and you're dragging people out of the vehicle and beating them. But if you're not currently engaged in criminal activity, what are you, Minority Report police? Where you actually consider that they've committed a crime before they even committed it?
Wait a minute. I lost count because I had to leave for a second. How many stupid things did he say while I was gone? Did we lose count? Okay, so I can't believe what he just said. Hold on. Let me go back for a second because I want to address this.
It's funny because right when I was going to say something, you pause it. And I was like, yeah.
Because one was near, and they beat him to death and killed him. And
what was that?
I said it's funny that you paused it right
when I came back on.
No, it's funny because right when you were gonna see, right when you paused it, I was gonna call. What the hell are you talking about? Minority reporting, policing? What are you talking about? There's a situation with these guys on bikes that are what Wes is saying. They're gang members. They're causing all kinds of different things. They're stealing. They're beating up people, whatever. And so this guy's saying, oh, they're not doing nothing because these guys are just on their bikes or whatever. It's like these guys are the problem, okay? these guys on these motorcycles that are on these dirt bikes, these guys are the problem. So what are they doing? They're stopping these guys on these dirt bikes. Now, of course, they're not stopping them for the crimes that Wes is talking about. They're stopping them because the dirt bikes are illegal on the road. But that's where you start. You start with the thing that's making them so the thing that's weaponizing them right now, and that's the motorcycle. And so you say, since they're not street legal, those dirt bikes, we're gonna take them off their hands, and we stop the crime. We stop that particular crime without having people getting beaten up. This guy wants the people to get beat up first, and then go do something. It's like, no, we don't want that.
Right, but here's the thing. There's a specific thing that I want to take it easy, Blue Von, and somebody just came. Who was it? Welcome, LJC. Oh yeah, Graham, of course, Graham. Ladies, well, I always have to go out of my way. Hold on to make sure, ladies and gentlemen, Graham Grafing's in the house. What's up, Graham? So. Here's what I wanted to talk about specifically, though. Here, let me go back a little bit and see where we're at.
He had his son in the car.
And what would that be? What would that be, Wes? That would be criminal activity. Doing things that are dangerous, that are hurting people, putting people in jeopardy. The people have the right to stop that nonsense.
Okay, here's what I want to address. Okay, what is he saying here? What did he just say? He said, if there's this crazy stuff going on, the people should take care of it themselves, right? Then, now, as soon as I press play, he's going to go into, well, if they're dragging people out of cars and doing this and that, that's criminal activity. But you just were saying that it's the people's right to take care of it themselves. Street justice, frontier justice, mob rule, anarchy, craziness.
And it truly would be nonsense if you're putting people's life in jeopardy, if you're getting out and you're dragging people out of the vehicle and beating them. But if you're not currently engaged in criminal activity, what are you, Minority Report police? Or you actually consider that they've committed a crime before they even committed it?
6-year-old son. So I don't feel sorry for these bikers because you guys are going around terrorizing the city, tearing the streets up. Okay.
Who else goes around the city terrorizing the city?
Oh, there he goes again.
Who else goes around trampling on rights and beating people and choking them out like people like Eric Gardner? Who else does that? Let's see. Gosh, I just can't remember. Who is it that goes around New York City just making sure that they're terrorizing everybody?
Let me see.
If you remember who it was, just let me know.
The question is frauditors.
You guys are reckless, completely reckless.
Bro, what they doing right here is illegal, bro. You heard?
Hold on a second. First of all, the police wouldn't be there if what they were doing was illegal. The people riding the dirt bikes are the ones that are doing something that's illegal. And then Rogue Nation just said something I want to address because this is exactly my whole point. Frauditors don't care. You don't care. You don't care. No empathy, no heart, no soul, no good. You don't care. Exactly. Thank you for admitting it.
Yo, bro, I'm good. I'm with y'all. You heard?
Yeah, don't talk to police. Don't talk to them.
Yo, bro, I got that shit on camera. You heard? I got that shit on camera. They almost killed you right now, bro.
Yeah, he looks like he's almost dead. Look at all
these cops do not.
You heard?
These cops will absolutely not. I have not seen this video. These cops will absolutely not, except for the first part where they go hands-on. So obviously, but these cops do not want their deeds in this right here exposed. They don't want a camera on the scene. They only want their body cameras, which probably most of them are off. If they're not, they'll redact them.
Yeah. Whatever. Listen. Hold on. Where is it? Okay. Hey, Rogue. You want a cookie? Look at how I got the cops trained. Now they know how to obey my orders. And convert to my demands and follow my directives because I own a camera. So I'm the god of the universe. Remember, Rogue Nation, his family is the richest family in the universe and pay more taxes than everyone. And therefore, he has more rights than everyone else because he comes from a rich family. Remember that? Yeah, Rogue Nation is God, and we need to bow down to him and lick his balls because that's the only thing that, and he proved it by harassing the cops over and over and over and over and over until they got to a point where they're like, you know what? It's that idiot again. Let's just ignore him. And he said, oh, I got them trained. I sure taught them a lesson. Yeah, you taught them that you're an idiot and they don't have time to waste on your dumb ass. That's what you trained them. The only thing you frauditors teach people is that people hate frauditors.
Get him, Hez. Get him.
Lose the information. If anybody ever FOIA requests them, they'll drag their feet in getting it out. When you get it, it's going to be an edited version. They don't want a private individual having a camera rolling while they're doing this right here.
Then what the hell is he
They
doing
didn't
there?
ask them to stop filming. They never asked them to stop filming.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you right now. One more time. Yeah, of course. You can't arrest me.
Bro, stay back. Don't do that.
Bro, he can't arrest me for being on the sidewalk, bro.
Here we go.
Okay, all right. Don't touch, boss. Step back. Boss, you're touching me, bro. Get back. You're touching me. Get back. Get back, bro. Get back. Stay right there. You come back here again. I'm telling you right now, I'm arresting you.
Look at that face. Look at that face of that cop. He doesn't want the sunlight
idiot?
to expose his dark deeds.
No, he
He
doesn't,
doesn't
want
want
an idiot
anybody to
in the middle of
see
his
this
arrest.
sting operation. He doesn't want to
Why would
see
he want them to
uniformed
see it?
criminality. He
It's
doesn't
not.
want anybody to see that.
Oh, he does
Bro,
it, bro.
right there. Now you put your hands on me. Miss, why you can't do that, miss?
You're working.
But he could put his hands on me. So if I put my hands on you. So if I put my hands on you right now. So if I put my hands on you right now.
We're working. It's like interrupting Al Capone and his gang while they're working.
Yeah, but
What
Al
are you
Capone.
comparing
Wow,
to
that's
Al
crazy.
Capone? What a douche canoe.
That's crazy.
You're an idiot.
Don't worry, bro. I got you. You heard?
He's still
All right,
recording.
Mr. Wannabe Eli.
I got y'all, bro. How they throw the gate in front of y'all like that? That's crazy.
Good for this guy for being there.
Can I have a
man.
word with you? You seen what they just happened?
But wait, they don't want another camera. How do you?
You gotta call a supervisor
there?
now.
They don't want him to be there. He's there. They don't want him to be there, but he's there. They don't want him to record, but he's recording.
Right.
What is,
Hey, sometimes when the police gotta take criminals off the streets, they gotta use the tools that they can.
Yes, Jerry. That is exactly right. Say it again in case anyone didn't hear you.
he says they don't want him there, but he's there. They don't want him recording, but he's recording.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that, okay, if this was real criminal activity that they're trying to hide, how did he get his video on YouTube then? How did he even get to the point where he's able to upload this? If this was something that they were trying to hide, he wouldn't even. None of this would be on the internet. None of that. None of this footage would be on there because, one, if they really wanted to control it, they would have arrested him already, grabbed his camera, destroyed anything that he recorded. But no, they just told him to back up, stay away from their scene because it's dangerous to him, and they don't want to deal with something else while they're arresting these guys. But he still doesn't get that. And this guy over here, he keeps saying that, oh, they're trying to hide something. They haven't hid nothing. They haven't hid nothing. They took the bikes. They have them right there. They told him what they're doing, and they keep doing it in front of his face. They're not hiding anything. What are they hiding? They've said everything.
I say this all the time. It's always the same false narrative, fraud-splaining, douche canoe nonsense, where it's like, okay, the fact that frauditor videos exist at all, and especially, and I always harp on the idea of the ID refusal videos. If they were being tyrants that were stopping you from filming, they would stop you from filming. They got guns. They got tasers. They got sticks, big metal rods to beat you with. If they really wanted to stop you from filming, they would.
Tyrants.
I don't see the difference between that and throwing tire spikes in front of someone's car.
What was the guy on the motorcycle doing? The only crime I saw was some uniformed clowns throwing a gate in front of a guy on a motorcycle. Two guys on a motorcycle.
It wasn't a motorcycle.
That's the crime that I saw. Now, were these guys stealing this motorcycle, and the cops somehow had foreknowledge that these two guys were thieves?
Danger, what's up?
If that's the case, that's a little bit different story. If that's not the case, then the crime that was committed was the guys who made this guy wreck on his motorcycle. Could have hit his head, could have got a concussion, could have died.
Dirt bike.
Those are illegal dirt bikes. They're not street legal. They're not allowed to be riding in the streets.
Illegal dirt bikes. Why can't you ride in the street? Because the government said so. And Big West is telling you need to obey the government. Is anybody being hurt? No.
Who are you going to obey then?
Being threatened? No. Is property being stolen? No.
No, they're not going to obey anybody. Nobody can tell them what to do because they're like little kids. You can't tell me I'm a child. They're children. These guys are children. Don't tell me what to do, Mr. Me Cop Guy.
Yeah, and then the other thing too is that, like, again, what do you get from auditing or saying that the laws aren't good? Like Rogue Nation goes to health places or whatever. He goes to places that have nothing to do with the cops, but yeah, somehow this is about the cops, right? But he'll go to places that have nothing to do with cops, have nothing to do with what supposedly this corruption is or whatever, and they go to the places that facilitate these things. But those places don't create none of the laws. They don't create none of their own policies. They follow what's going on. What you want to do, if you want to actually create change, is you want to go to places where they actually do these things. The legislators, the people who actually create the laws. That's where you go to create the change. You don't go to you don't go out to the sting operation and try to stop it from happening because you don't think it's right. You go to City Hall and you say, hey, why are these cops stopping these motorcycle guys like this where I think it's dangerous? Well, blah, 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 blah. And you go back and forth and you figure it out. You don't just go to some spot and just go ahead and record it and put your own narrative to it because you think you know what's going on. You got to figure it out, figure out the facts, and then go check it out.
Here's the thing, and it breaks down this way with everything in the philosophy of these idiots, okay? Everything is part of a government conspiracy to control people, right? They don't have speeding laws because driving too fast is dangerous. They have speeding laws as an excuse to write speeding tickets. They don't have laws against these types of dirt bikes on the street for any reason other than they just randomly chose dirt bikes. Like seriously, that's the only way. They just, for no reason, randomly decided that they were going to make dirt bikes illegal. There's no reason behind it. They just chose dirt bikes. They didn't choose cars. They didn't choose trucks. They didn't choose vans. They didn't choose actual motorcycles. They just randomly chose dirt bikes for no reason. Oh, man, the stupidity is insane.
Well, what are they doing? They're riding dirt bikes on the street. What's wrong with that? The government said you couldn't do it. And if you can't do it, then it's illegal. And if it's illegal, then it's immoral, and you deserve what you get.
Whoa. There we
need
go
to be
again.
punished.
What's up, Zuzak?
Cops are just doing their job.
There we go again. With him stating opinion as though it's fact. If it's illegal, then it's immoral. No, frauditing is immoral. Walking up to people who are minding their own business, sitting in an office, typing on a computer, and giving them a hard time because they don't like being filmed, that's what's immoral. It's not illegal. They're two different things. But again, he just keeps stating opinion after opinion after opinion, but he's stating them as if they are facts.
Yep.
You're just a frauditor who wants YouTube.
And that, listen, the cops are just doing their job, and you're just a frauditor who wants YouTube clicks.
Right in the streets. Cops are just doing their job. You're just a frauditor who wants YouTube views, so you were recording these cops and keep on messing with them.
Yep.
So the
Hey,
cops
Wes is
are
smarter than this
conducting
guy.
their
How much
what
does that say
appears
for
to
this
be
guy?
criminal activity,
Wrong,
where they
lie,
potentially
false
could have
narrative,
jeopardized the lives of
false
one or two of
claim.
those guys right there. And Wes is okay with the clear criminal activity or seeming criminal activity.
No,
but he's not.
You're okay with the criminal activity of the people that are illegally riding dirt bikes. You're the one who's okay with criminal activity.
Okay with a guy with a camera recording their activities who's doing nothing wrong, who's not interfering with anything, not even the apparent criminality.
They told him to back up several times. What do you mean he's not interfering? They told him back up, back up. Not once, not twice, but thrice. They did it 3 times. They told him to back up. And
right, but wait. Not once did they tell him to stop filming.
No, they never said stop filming. That's what I mean. It's like this guy keeps saying, oh, they don't want somebody there that's recording. They've never said stop recording. They never said put your camera down, stop putting. Even the ones that don't want to be on camera, they're like, why do you have to have it, right? They still didn't tell him to stop. They're just asking him like, what's your point? What do you want? You know? And he has no point because he's recording. He's been recording the whole time. He recorded everything that they did, and the only thing they've asked him to do is back up. That's it. That's the only thing they've asked him to do is back up. And they've done it 3 times.
What's up, VF?
Vilified. What's up, my boy?
Hey. So anyway, let's listen to some more stupidity from this douche canoe.
Individual rights. It's truly mind-blowing.
Your opinion is
Brother, why you be like that for? Huh? I understand these bikes are illegal. You're doing the right thing because they're illegal. But to put your hands on me, officer?
These bikes are illegal. Can anybody tell me who lives in New York? What's wrong with having a bike on the street like this? Can anybody tell me?
Well,
what exactly is what's the crime?
I'm
ignorant of this.
What's up, Mike?
The false narrative building here is amazing.
That's me.
It's like everybody's backwards, man, says Wolverine Transparency. I have a hard time communicating on YouTube because of this conscious consensus of straight up ignorance. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, you're describing yourselves. They're describing themselves.
Yeah, nobody can talk to you guys because you guys just don't want to hear it. Yeah. You guys are consciously just dumb. I don't know. That's just but that's the thing. They're so into themselves. They can't even see, people who are criticizing them. They're just like, what makes something illegal or not illegal or whatever, right? Yeah, you'll sit there and cry about things that you don't want to be illegal, but yet you won't take the time to go and try to see why and try to change it if you think it's wrong. That's the part that really they're like, I don't understand about these guys. They want to talk about, oh, I'm an activist and I'm going to make change and this and that. You're not, because the thing is that if you did, you would have done something to change something, but you haven't done a thing, and you don't even try to. Because I know people, I know activists, I know people who actually do things to make change, and they do not just make videos and throw them up because that doesn't make any change. What they do is that they figure out what are the laws, why are they out there, and how they could change them for that they work for everybody. And when they do that, they're not gonna just put up a video or whatever, stuff like that. What they do is that they create a campaign around that, and then they create a law, and then they hope that they can get it passed. They get people behind it, and then they go on election day and they make sure that they vote. We have a process, and it works if you work it, but you have to work it. You have to actually do things. You can't just say, oh, I want change, but you don't do anything. You have to actually work to do that change. You have to earn it. But these guys don't. What the thing is that they want their opinion to be what everybody else thinks. But nobody else thinks that way because other people actually work for their things. They actually work for the things that they want, and work for the things that they want to get. They don't just sit there and complain and complain and complain and complain. That's what Karens do.
Yeah, these guys are they're children, they're Karens, they're everything that everything that they always accuse everyone else of doing is what they do. And what's crazy is that what he's the question he's asking right now is why are dirt bikes illegal in New York? But he was ranting 20 minutes ago about you got to do your research, you got to know what you're talking about. So do your research. Find out why dirt bikes are illegal on the streets in New York. How about that? Nah, no, he's not going to do that. He's just going to assume that the cops randomly pick dirt bikes to go after because that's what cops do for some reason. I guess, I don't know.
Conscious consensus of straight up ignorance. So what's going on here in New York? What do I not know about dirt bikes? Denver Metro Audits. What's up, man?
See, he's got everybody.
And does anybody know who the auditor is who's actually getting this good footage of these New York City cops? Who is this? How and why is a bike a crime? That's my question, Jason Strope.
A lot of reasons.
Please tap that like button, says Smoke Auditor. Yeah, thank you. Let's see if we can get up to 300 likes.
Tap Hezokai's like button, please.
Yeah.
Freaking Media says, what's up, DM? Revenue generation doesn't need a right or wrong reason. PBGFO411. Known turn signals, no brake lights, not registered, not insured.
There you go.
You can, even with no turn signals, you can do the hand sign. No brakes.
Oh, God.
Those motorcycles don't have brakes.
Oh, you just found out that you don't have brakes
in Canada. I wish they were, though. I mean, what's the crime, though? Why aren't they? Like, we all know that registration and licensing and forced insurance is complete fraud. It's complete against. It's just a racket.
Why is it fraud?
He's going to get into this. Fraud? He's going to get into this in a minute, and I don't understand. And you'll see, because again, he's going to talk about this a little bit more in a minute, but. What I don't get is how they don't get, like, there's no explanation. He can't give a logical explanation. Like, if somebody's driving and they crash into your house or they crash into your car or they destroy something and you can't afford to fix it and they can't afford to fix it, why is insurance such a, like, how do you not understand that that's what it's for? How do you not understand? What are you? So in your world, if that happens, you're just screwed. That's it. Too bad, sucker. I ruined your shit. You can't do nothing about it. Oh, well.
Against natural rights and natural law. What's wrong with riding a motorcycle on the street?
It's not a motorcycle. It's a dirt bike.
What's the crime? Not equipped with lights and signals. When you're riding a motorcycle, you can go like this. You can go like this for right, this for left.
And also, he doesn't talk about this, even though I did mention it in his chat right there on the screen. When you read the statute, because I did from New York on why dirt bikes are illegal, everything he's saying is part of it because they don't come stock with all the stuff that you need to be street legal. But also there's a concern in New York specifically with their law against dirt bikes about the emissions. They couldn't pass an emissions test either. So that's also part of it.
Oh, yeah.
Besides that, a lot of people who are licensed don't even know how to drive. No registration, no lights, no insurance, as the police claim, says Swamp Liver. Okay, yeah, I can understand that from the police's perspective. What did Wolverine Transparency say?
Who cares?
They're not made for the streets and they're not registered. Yeah, so in other words, they're not paying the extortion fee. So these extortioners who get paycheck from extortion and mass theft and coercion and force and brutality don't want free people to operate bikes on the street. Can they be dangerous? I'm sure there's a danger. Yeah, this one right here doesn't look like it's got turn signals. But again,
they all don't have turn signals.
Put your turn signal arm out if you want.
What about at night?
Just an excuse for
what if they're riding them at night?
Opinion racketeering.
Yeah, exactly. Jason Jackson, right? Having a license is a permission slip. Motorcycle rules are a little different than cars. California will nail you for crossing a road on a dirt bike. It's so weird. In California, you have to wear a helmet, but you can split traffic on a motorcycle in California. If you try that in Oklahoma, they'll pull you over. So funny.
Wow,
Yes.
different states have different rules. That's called the 10th Amendment, isn't it?
Extortion, theft, and false narrative, says Hezokuai.
That's me.
Hezokuai. Most states, golf carts on the street are illegal because of speed limitations. Again, I can see where there's a danger situation there, but I'd rather have dangerous freedom than peaceful slavery. It's way better than being extorted by road pirates. It's way better than being pulled over and put in mortal danger by passing big rigs going 70, 80 miles an hour.
Getting pulled over and put in mortal danger because there's trucks.
That has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard.
See, and I tell you, this is gold. Every word out of this guy's mouth is stupid, and they just keep getting dumber and dumber.
He said, peace. God, no. Okay, guy. Okay. Dangerous freedom, whatever you say, man. Sure, dude. Drive a golf cart because you can, please. Like that's, getting pulled over in the golf cart is less dangerous than the person actually driving the golf cart on the freeway. Yeah, man. Yeah, have at it, bro. Someone give this guy an island so he could just finish the job that evolution should have finished a long time ago. God damn.
Okay, couple things. First of all, Dave Malik is asking who this guy is. His name is Here's the Deal. That's the name of his channel. Chelsea is asking why KFAR isn't on panel. He was. He's in the chat right now, and he was on panel earlier. So yeah, I have no problem with that. I Am Back is here. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, KFAR was on. You missed it. You might have to rewind. KFAR keeps his puppies in a dungeon. No, he's shopping right now, so he had to go. That's all. But yeah, he's always welcome up here, man. He's one of my favorites. I love that guy. All right, let's get back to laughing some harder. Maybe it's some more stupid from this idiot's mouth. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. All right.
When they could blow a tire or bust an axle and lose control or fall asleep at the wheel or be texting at the wrong time and then plow into you and the cop and then just decimate both of you.
What?
YouTube Turn says, drops a super chat and says, smash that like button. Thank you, YouTube Turns.
Yeah, smash it.
I'm not stopping you from doing what you got to do.
Once again, I have to stop this like every 2 seconds because every 2 seconds he says something stupid again. What he just described is his definition of getting pulled over. If you get pulled over, that's horrible. You're in mortal danger because what if somebody loses control of their car and hits you? If you don't get pulled over, someone could lose control of their car and hit you. Like if somebody's texting while driving and they hit you, they're not going to hit you because you're pulled over. Like this guy just builds these false equivalencies, false narrative, states opinion as fact, and just says stupid, dumb.
Need some water, boss.
Why you say that?
Yeah, your mouth. You got cotton mouth.
You what?
Yeah. Obviously, you like what you're doing?
They were just raking it in, man.
How you gentlemen doing today? How you gentlemen doing today? Can I have your name?
Hey, again, I didn't see if anybody answered this question. Does anybody know who because that's another thing Wes does is he doesn't give the link to the frauditor that he's highlighting, which, that's kind of cruddy. Who is this auditor? I want to know who this guy is in New York.
Who cares?
Badge number, boss? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I just got you.
All right, no problem. I'm just getting all the officer. I got you, bro. Just say your Instagram. Yo, say your Instagram, you heard? Say.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, this shit live right now. I got 500 views right now, bro.
Wow.
That shit nothing, bro. That shit is just a traffic violation, bro. Nothing crazy. What's crazy how they threw the gate in front of you, though, you heard?
You guys think he's Eli.
You good, bro? Go straight to the hospital, bro. You heard? Straight to the hospital, my brother. Yo, bro, they gotta call the
Man, I wish I knew who this auditor was.
ambulance for you.
Excuse me.
Sergeant Cabrera, you heard?
That's I appreciate it. That's very kind of you, Denver Metro Audits. Thank you for all you do for freedom. NAP is the truth. That's the non-aggression principle. And there's a caveat to the non-aggression principle. It doesn't mean no aggression ever, because there's an appropriate time and an appropriate place for aggression. Somebody tries to harm your family, get aggressive. That doesn't mean non-aggression is just no initiation of aggression. On
Yeah, if somebody snitches on
no
you,
reaching
get
out of
aggressive.
Yeah.
like Denver, DMA. Yeah, see, I'm gonna blast you. See, I'm gonna blast you when I see you. See.
Man, yeah, exactly. And see, that goes back to what I said earlier. This guy, basically, his idea of a perfect world is a world where everybody's just running around, murdering each other all over the place, chaos in the streets, cars running into each other, people stealing everything, and there's nobody there to hold them accountable except for you. So you just shoot everybody, and then they shoot you, and then it just becomes that's a horrible nightmare. And this is what he's advocating for. That's what he wants. He wants a world where people are just animals and just destroy each other. Yes.
And I mean, not to sidetrack, but that video of DMA getting on that one guy for snitching was hilarious. I was like, who the heck does this guy think he is? Like, he really thinks he's that much. He thinks he's that important, huh? He's like, yeah, we're a family here, see, and we're not gonna be snitching on each other, see. Snitches get stitches.
Yeah, like a mafia don, right? He's like a cult leader, man. The DMA is bad man.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack.
No, you're right. It's true, and that's the thing. Like I said, he's reading off all the names of all these famous frauditors that are in his chat, and that's why one of the reasons why, like I said, I wanted to cover this video because, again, this guy doesn't present himself like he's the authority on frauditor mentality, but that's what he is. He's got all of them in his chat. They're all sheeple that are following everything he says, licking his boots, just automatically assuming that every opinion he states is actually a fact. They're sheep, they're bootlickers for him, and just, oh yeah, he said it, so it must be true. Anarchy, hatred, fear. Everyone needs to just hide in their homes with the doors locked like the Purge. That's freedom, man. No, it's not. That's tyranny on a different level. It's just you guys are the tyrants now. Whoever has the biggest gun is the tyrant now.
Yep, that's gonna say it better myself. That's pretty much it.
Your hand to violate somebody else's rights if they haven't violated somebody else's rights. Thank you, DMA.
They blocking the bus. They blocking the bus, and they got.
Yeah, ooh, that bus is really blocked.
Yeah, facts.
This is a perfect example of how being around a frauder can manipulate you into being a fraud. Because this guy inside the police car wasn't complaining about injuries or anything until this guy told him to call an ambulance, which I'm sure they're probably doing that so if they try to do a lawsuit or something, more money will be provided. But my man, how come it took you 10 minutes or 5 minutes to request an ambulance. How come you didn't want an ambulance as soon as you got in your crash? Come on now.
Facts.
Yeah, facts.
Talk about majoring in the minors. Marcy says that somebody said this video is over 4 years old. I've never seen this video.
They got to. They got to, bro.
Take it easy, Nils.
Thank you, Nils. Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, it's not Eli, the people's guy, because Eli, as far as I know, is still in jail, unfortunately.
This is an old video, but yeah, it's from Eli.
Probably got a broken ankle the way you fell, bro. Your knee, all that.
He does kind of sound like Eli, though.
All right, hold on. I want to point something out. So they were talking about losing a frauditor, and Rogue Nation is saying, well, if I was gone, 5 more frauditors would take my place. You know what? I'll tell you what, Rogue. I'm going to give you that one. And you know what? That's horribly depressing. That's horrible. And the fact that that might actually be true, oh, man. Oh, I wish that you were just making that up, but you might actually be right. And that's terrible. Like cockroaches, exactly. Get rid of one and 20 more show up. They're insects. Oh. Anyway, Glenn Serios leggings, what's up? Gamer 88's in the house. What's up? How you doing? Good to see you. So, what did you think of that video there, Jerry?
It's what I thought. It's what I've always thought about that guy is that he's just a cop hater who's probably had some bad experiences with cops or feels like cops are the problem or whatever. And so he's building a narrative against them. And he's just going to say everything that's bad in the world is because cops, and nothing that anybody has ever done as far as criminals are concerned has to do with them. It has to do with everything around them. Nobody can take personal responsibility. So he's just a criminal who likes criminals, who explains things for criminals. That's all I see as far as I'm concerned with him. And the whole thing about the frauditors popping up, if one falls, the 4 will come up, or 5 or whatever. That's not a product of originality. That's a product of copy and paste. Okay. Yeah. The thing is that the reason why there will be more frauditors is because it's so easy to be one, and it just goes to show how disingenuous they are. Because they could say that they're here to fight for rights or whatever, but they never do. All they do is that they take the same script that all of them have all said to each other, and they all know. They go out there, they cause problems, they get the little clicks and views, and then they get their little money or whatever, and they move on. They don't care about society. They don't care about changing anything. They don't care about, the people that they're hurting or what they're doing. The only thing they care about is their little money and the little bit of attention that they get. And eventually I think it's attention, because just like anybody else who seeks attention, who gets attention from anything, you're going to want it more, right? Because that's addicting too. So it's those things. It starts off with a little bit of money, it starts off with a little bit of attention, and that's all they want. That's all they're looking for. They could care less about changing rules, about anything like that. As a matter of fact, I would think they will want it to stay the same, because they could continue doing what they're doing. They don't want nothing to change.
I think a lot of it also has to do with getting addicted to adrenaline and the adrenaline rush. Because when you go up to a police officer who does have a gun and a taser and all these other things, and you get in his face and you give him a hard time, you get an adrenaline rush. It's exciting, and they get addicted to that adrenaline rush, and they have to target the police because they know the police aren't going to do anything. They know they're not going to get shot. They love to say, oh, cops are going around shooting everybody. Cops are going around beating everybody. And yet none of their videos ever have that happen in it. So that's why they target cops, because they know if I get in his face, I could get in the face of a guy with a gun and he won't do anything. If you did that to a normal citizen with the gun, he might shoot you. So don't go after him. Go after the cops, because you know he's not going to do anything.
Yep. Yeah, it's true, and I've seen some very like I've seen some sad things where there's people that I've seen that act all oh, cops don't leave me alone or whatever, they're all up in they get them in my business or whatever, and I've seen it where these same people who are doing this will end up being the murderers of some kids, because the cops weren't there when they decided to shoot up a bunch of people or a house because they own everything, right? Because the block is their property, and so you can't disrespect them. You can't they don't want to follow anybody else's rules, but you got to follow theirs. And when you don't, here they come with their guns and stuff and shooting people and killing people, and that's the thing is that they
like that thing in Australia with the sovereign citizens killing people. We've been seeing more and more of that too, where sovereign citizens just go around shooting people.
Yeah, and
I want to address something real quick because I don't know if you saw the Long Island audit stream yesterday, but Rogue Nation is asking about it. Let me tell you about that, Rogue. I did watch that. I watched it very carefully, and I paid very close attention to what was going on in there. And I noticed a few things. And since you brought it up, let me mention them. All of the things that Long Island Audit said that the cops agreed with were things that he said from his sort of false narrative point of view, that like he never said to the cop, if you go to a building and the owners of the building say, we need this guy trespassed, isn't it illegal for you to trespass him? And then the cop says, yeah, that didn't happen. But that's what Long Island Audit does. But Long Island Audit wasn't asking them about that. He was asking them about things that, yeah, they're going to agree with, because he knows what to say and how to say it to make it look like he's being the good guy. It's all part of him just building his lie. And he didn't, and even the cops that were agreeing with him at a few points during that interview were like stopping and taking a few moments to word what their answers just right, so that they would have, some sort of answer that wasn't, technically incorrect or going against what actually is illegal, where the line actually does exist. This whole thing with Long Island Audit and his game that he's been playing with the cops lately, it's just more nonsense from a guy who's trying to make what he's doing look legitimate. That's all it really is.
No, I didn't see that panel. I didn't see the panel you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a thing. Long Island Audit's starting to do. I guess he's going to do it like as a weekly or monthly thing, where he will actually sit with police on his channel and interview them and talk to them. But really, he doesn't actually interview the cops. He basically asks them a bunch of questions that he knows, like realistically, legitimately, the answers to the questions are yes. And then he just asks them all these questions that the answers are going to be yes, because they are yes. So the cops are like, well, yeah. And then he gloats, see, even the cops are saying I'm right. Well, yeah, because you're asking them questions that the answer is yes.
Like it's like when they say, is it illegal for me to be recording? And they're like, no, it's not illegal for you to be recording. And they're like,
right, because it's not.
It's not. And then so they say, so then when they're being trespassed and the cop is saying, oh, you're being trespassed, you need to go. And as they're walking away, they're like, look at these tyrants, they're kicking me out for recording. And it's like, no, you're being kicked out because you're being trespassed. I'm being kicked out because I'm being recorded because people don't like my recording. No, you're being kicked out because you're being trespassed. Now, the reason why you're being trespassed is because people don't like the way you're recording. Now, does it mean that you can't record, and it doesn't mean that that's illegal. It means that the way you're doing it, other people don't like it. It means you're being disorderly with the people that are there, so they don't want you there no more. So that means you can be trespassed. Now, that's what's going on. But what do they say? Oh, it's because I'm filming. That's why I'm filming. They don't want me to film. It's like, no, guy, it's because you're being trespassed. Okay, trespass is not filming, and that's why you're getting kicked out. You're getting kicked out because you're trespassed. So stop saying that it's because you're filming. And then the other thing too is that, like, they'll say things like who's gonna violate my rights? Like, who's violating your rights? Nobody's violating your rights. You know, like, but you're throwing that out there, and it makes it seem like the cops are okay with violating your rights. But you just said that. It doesn't mean that they are. It's like
well, no,
somebody
see, that's the thing. This goes back again to their brain creating a dictionary that has definitions for words that are not the actual definitions of the words, right? If a cop says, "May I see your ID?" those words, that sentence in their minds, just that sentence coming out of their mouth in and of itself is a violation of their rights. So a cop grabbing them by the neck, beating them over the head, and pulling their license out of their pocket, that's not tyranny. A cop just saying, "May I see it?" that's tyranny. What? What? And Rogue Nation is in the chat talking about how, like, oh, well, you guys are the only ones who know the truth. Like, look, it's not about who thinks the truth. Like, even with this whole SJW thing that's going on in the world right now with the your truth versus my truth. No, we're talking about the truth. 2 + 2 is 4. You could argue that it's 16 until your brain falls out, which it probably did if you think that. It doesn't change the fact that it's 4. If a cop asks you for ID, that is not a violation of your 4th Amendment. You could say they're violating your rights all day. They're not. It doesn't matter how many times you say it or how much you believe it. You're wrong.
Yeah, and it all comes down to thinking about things outside of yourself. I mean,
they never do.
Put yourself outside of the situation. If you are the one who's seen something suspicious and you need to figure it out, how are you gonna do that? By asking somebody to give you your ID, you are not violating their rights. All you're doing is finding out who they are. That's it. That's all you're doing. Now, if the person has something to hide and is not going to help the situation by saying that they don't want to because they don't want to give it to you, well, then you're not making the situation better. You're making it worse, and so you're making the job a little bit harder for the person who needs to figure that out. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to. Of course you don't. You don't have to. But they have to go through the process of figuring the stuff out. So they have their process and you have yours. So if you say, "I'm not going to give my ID," okay, don't give your ID. Go ahead, do that. Make it hard. But guess what?
Jerry,
have their way.
Listen. I know that you said earlier that you can't see the screen because of the way you're doing this, but Rogue Nation, probably just because we were talking in the chat, they were talking about the truth, right? And I just went off about the truth, right? So Rogue Nation decides to tell the truth. And I have a comment from him on the screen. He just said, "No, I just like being an asshole." First true thing I've ever heard him say.
That's it. That's it right there. And you know what? I've always said, if you're gonna sit there and tell me that you like being a jerk, and all you're doing when you make these videos is being a jerk to be a jerk, fine. I won't say that you're a liar. I won't call you, things that I say as far as like these frauditors are concerned. But I still don't like what you do, and I still don't think you should be harassing people that don't need to be harassed. So I'm not gonna be supporting you, but I will say that you're an honest person. I won't call you a liar. I won't say that you're a frauder, that's as far as that goes. But the thing is that that's the truth. The truth is that you want to be a jerk. You want to, like cause conflict or whatever. You do those things. there's people out there that have always done that, and that's fine. Like do that, but don't call yourself an activist. Don't say that you're out there trying to change things when you're not doing that. That's not what you're doing. Call yourself what you are. Say what you are. Wear it proudly. Be whatever the heck you're gonna be. Do it. Do that, and don't and be ready for the consequences for what it is too. That's the other thing. That's the other thing too. These people just want to be like, oh, I'm an asshole and I'm a jerk. Oh, but nobody likes me.
Gee, I wonder why. Oh man, this is great. Here's the thing, and again, here's another example of Rogue Nation actually saying it the way it is. Why? They asked him, why do you audit regular people? He said, for the cop response. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm constantly complaining about. These guys go out of their way to audit people in the hopes that the people will call the cops so that they could bait the cops into a negative interaction. So now these poor innocent people that aren't doing anything wrong because you want to audit the cops, now they have to deal with your BS until you push them to the point that they call the cops on you. And eventually, and I'm telling you, Rogue, I'm telling you, this isn't me trying to whatever. I'm just telling you because it's a fact, and you don't think, okay? None of you guys ever think, Rogue, here's what's going to happen if you guys get your way, okay? If the cops, quote unquote, learn what you're trying to teach them, all right? Here's what's going to happen. What's going to happen is people, regular people, are going to realize that every time you idiots show up and they call the cops don't do anything. They're going to get sick and tired of the cops not doing anything, and they're going to decide to start taking care of it themselves. And then that's when you guys are going to start taking real beatings, because the cops aren't going to beat you, and you know it. That's why you bait the cops, because you know they're not going to do anything. Once the cops learn what you taught them, then the citizens are going to realize the cops aren't going to do anything, and they're going to start taking it into their own hands. And that's when you guys are really going to get your asses beat. So good luck with that. Hope it works out for you.
Yeah, and just to back up what you're saying, Hez, I do know guys that are specifically waiting for the moment they run into people like this. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. They're hardened criminals. They really don't care. The thing is that the reason why guys like that want to run into guys like Rogue and things like that is because they actually respect people. Like when it comes to actual like civil respect, they do criminal things. They do bad things, but for them it's like you leave old ladies alone. Like they have that this old fashioned way of thinking where it's like you can't, you don't mess with a lady, don't mess with a like with an older person, stuff like that. And so when they see these videos, they get heated, and they really do. Just like with Silent Boy, there's guys out there that are still looking for him for that stunt he did with the corn guy. And it's real. It's real. These guys are real out there that are really gonna go out there and do something to you guys. And I personally don't wish for anything to happen to anybody like that. I've seen way too much violence, man. Like, and it's something that I hate more than anything. It's like I get upset, like seeing people go after like K4 and stuff like that, and all this tough guy talk and stuff, because it's like I've seen people die for no reason, dude. Like I'm serious. Like I've seen people like one day like go to a party, then the next day they don't have their sister no more, they don't have their brother no more. It's tough, and these things are real, and we just gotta be better. We gotta be better people. We gotta be better people than this fighting and arguing. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, absolutely. So Another thing that I want to say, I said this before, but I'm going to say it again, and especially because I've got some people in here that weren't in here this morning when I said it the first time. So I want to reiterate, and like I said, I'm going to start talking about this every day. I'm going to reiterate my plan. I want to push this idea until it gets out there into the general public and people start thinking about doing this. People were talking about the idea of, hey, if a frauditor comes, play some copywritten music so they can't monetize their video. And I actually started seeing people do that, right? The problem is that doesn't stop them. That might stop them from getting monetized, but it's not going to stop the audit. How do you stop the audit? This is what I recommend for everyone. And I want to push this and push this and push this. I want everyone to know, if you ever see a frauditor on the street, all you have to do, and this will work. The music thing doesn't always work, but this will. Take out your phone, go to Google, and it doesn't have to be hardcore. It doesn't have to be nuts. Just do a quick Google search for nude people and then hit images. Then your screen will pull up a bunch of pictures of naked people. Then walk up to their camera and shove your pictures of naked people in front of their camera. Now they can't get it monetized. They can't post it. And if they're on a live stream, you just completely destroyed their entire audit. Just like that. Done. Problem solved. No violence. That's what I recommend if you ever meet a frauditor in real life.
Yeah, and I mean, if even if you don't want to go as far as like put the nude pictures up or anything, just go up to them and talk to them. Like just talk to them, because they're trying to look for a conflict. And just like that one guy did that one video where we were watching the other day with the guy that was at the food bank. Just talk to them. Just talk to them, and you don't have to get antagonistic. You don't have to get angry. All you got to do is question them a little bit, and they completely devolve. They have no. Like I said, they're not original, so they can't get outside of their script. So once you start questioning them, and they have to go outside of their script, they completely lose it. And so you don't have to. Don't take it personally. Just go ahead and just let them keep talking. Let them keep talking to you. And if you can stand being in front of the camera, and you can stand, go ahead and like having a conversation with these guys is going to go around in circles. Then you just helped everybody around you, because nobody else has to deal with him. Nobody else has to talk to him. They're talking to you, and you're never going to call the cops. They're never going to get you to get so angry that you're going to call the cops. So you're not wasting the cops' time. You're basically taking everything away from them. And so I would say just all you have to do is have a simple conversation. Don't take it personally. Don't get angry. Don't get upset, because you know that all this is a game for them. And if you play the game right, they're gonna lose and we're gonna win.
Yeah, I always thought like somebody like me, like if I ran into one of these guys on the street, I'd be able to get into it with them because I know their script inside and out. I literally wrote a book about it, right? I know what these guys are talking about. I know their deal. So I could go head to head with them in a verbal thing. Like you said, you want to stop them from doing their audit, just keep distracting them. They always talk about flipping the script on the cops. I'd flip the script on the auditor. I'd walk up really, really close to him. Dude, you're too close. Is that a misdemeanor or a felony? What law says I can't stand close? Is that a law? What law says I can't stand close to you? Where in the Constitution does it say how many feet I have to stand away from you? Flip the script on them. Play their own game against them. I'm just saying, when it comes to the music thing, that idea spread and people have started doing that. But that doesn't actually stop the audit. All that does is take away their ability to monetize it. But my idea will stop the audit in its tracks, especially if it's on a live stream. They're done. They might even lose their channel permanently over it if it's bad enough.
Well, I've gone, like I said, I've done this, and I'm still any place that I can go. I did this in my local places, like my local.
Oh, wait! I'm sorry,
department.
but LJ, was it urgent? No, it was Zersu. Zersu's like, well, wait a minute. Now you got the history of having nude pictures on your phone. But that's why I said, because originally when I first started talking about the idea, I always said porn. But now that's why I kind of changed it to, I think, just for nude people, because that isn't necessarily, I mean, obviously, like if you're at work or something, you're not going to want to do that. If you're just a random person on the street, you can do that. But you just go in your history in Google and just delete that. But yeah, the search will be in your history. But I mean, again, you're going to get violent with these guys. You're going to do something with, or you have the possibility that maybe somebody will find out that you looked up a nude picture on your phone. Like, I don't think you're going to get in that much trouble from that. Like I said, unless like you're at work or something. Obviously, it's NSF, right? Or not safe for work. NS. What do they say? NSFW. NSFW. Yeah, not safe for work. Yeah, it's an idea. I don't think anyone's ever going to actually do it, but I'd love to see that. Oh, that'd be beautiful.
I mean, anything to like to distract them, to get them away. But I would say, you know, like I think we just need more people to understand, you know, what they're about, and also we got to make sure that people understand the way your, you know, like your image can be used and stuff like that, because I know that's something that I'm trying to get smarter with, as far as like how they can post your image, what is it that they can do with your image once they get it and stuff like that. So like that we can give them. See, I'm all about they've already weaponized their camera. They've already weaponized their rights against us. So they can only.
Internet God says, wait a minute, you could get nude pictures on your phone? Tell me more.
Internet God, you better stop it.
Oh man, this is great.
Yeah, so it's like I'm trying to figure out those laws so I can tell people. But like I said, I've gone around to my local social security office, my police departments and stuff like that, to talk about them and what is it that they do and stuff like that, just to get them ready for what they're gonna do. Because the thing is that when they don't know, they approach it a certain way because they don't want to see. A lot of the times when we get frustrated, as far as when we watch these frauditor videos, and we get real upset with the police, is that they treat them with kids gloves, right? They try to be nice to them and stuff like that. But the thing is that they're working off of like thinking that these people are actually doing something that's productive, or they're trying not to, you know, like they're trying not to be unfair or whatever, right? But once they notice or know who they are, you know that they don't want to take none of their shit. Just like all of the ones that are informed, like the recent videos we've seen of some of these auditors that have messed with these no nonsense cops because they know what they're about. So they're like, oh, let me guess, you're one of these A1 guys. You know, just get the hell out of here. We don't want to deal with you. You know, and so that's what I think needs to happen. Just need to figure out, you know, communicate, let them know, let them start, you know, like figuring this stuff out. Then you start getting those municipalities to start changing the way they act towards them. Now, when it comes to people, I say that the best thing that we could do as a society, as all of us together, is when we see one of these guys harassing one person that doesn't want to be harassed, we all stand up. We all go up to them and tell them, hey, leave this person alone. Because that's the thing. The thing is that, yes, we don't like to be on camera and we want people to respect us. Yes, I get that. But we need to start looking after each other, okay? Everybody needs to start standing up for each other. If you see one person being harassed, don't let that person continue to be harassed by one person. Come together and say, you know what? Leave them alone. We don't want you here. And you're not protecting our rights. You're not standing for us, because we, the people here in this place that we're grouping up, we don't want you here. So step back and leave them alone. That's the thing that's going to stop them. Because the thing is that a lot of us individualize these situations, because as long as the camera is not on us, we don't need to be involved. But know that if the camera was on you, you will want somebody to stand up for you. And that's the number one thing that we need to do, is that we need to not let anybody get bullied. Even though the camera is not on us, we need to step up for them.
Yep. But I gotta wrap it up. I've been on for over 4 hours. My throat's getting sore. And I gotta go start my day and get stuff going on here. Getting ready for Christmas. Plus, I want to prepare because on Christmas Eve or Christmas night, maybe both, I'm gonna be going live and doing a lot of extra stuff. So I need to, save some for then. Anyway, thank you, Jerry, very much for coming up. Always great to have you. Good to see you again. Thanks for coming up, buddy.
Thank you for having me again, Hez. And I give you a lot of crap, but I love you, buddy.
I know. We have fun.
But you know what? I was gonna tell you. We gotta. You gotta hit me up on Discord so I can get your stuff ready so you can have a nice Discord for yourself. And the other thing too, you can if you go live on Christmas, I've decided to spend the whole day at the shelter. That's why I'm taking this day and tomorrow off, because I'm gonna do Christmas at the shelter, and hopefully we can get some live stuff, and I'll like say hi so you can see all the people at the Salvation Army and the soup kitchen that I've been working at.
Yeah. I mean, that's great, man. And I always appreciate that you do all that volunteer work, man. I think that's beautiful.
No, thanks, man. It's just, you got to give back. I don't know. I don't know how people feel about that stuff, but it's like I feel like I still owe society, a debt, and I still feel like I have to do things like that. But it's once you do it, I'm gonna tell everybody right now. I know it seems like, oh shoot, it's extra work or whatever, but once you do it, I promise you, it's
rewarding.
like there's like this feeling. Yeah, it's like it's more than money at the end. It's more than what you get from cash. It's like there's just something special about how the way people make you feel when you're just giving them a plate of food. It's just
I used to work at a food bank for a couple of years. Actually, I would go there every day. They actually put me in charge of the deliveries coming in and going out because I was always there. And it was great. Like you said, I wasn't getting paid, but I mean, it's just seeing the people's faces and how happy and helping people out. It felt great. But anyway, I got to go. Guys, don't forget to check out Doc Danger and Ham Banana and everybody else. Love you guys. The Hezokuai crew is the best crew. I got the best fans. Love you guys. Thank you so much. I can't find my Elvis gnome or my little dude today, so I'll use my hat. All right, take it easy, y'all. Yeah. What's up, Script Cat? Yes, hashtag Rise and Shine with Hezokuai. Peace.